payout.
And now Misfits have lost their gold lead. 2,000 almost now for One Piece 101. And now it makes things a little bit more difficult for them to make this team composition work. It's kind of revolving around what kind of damage King can output, but One Piece 101 actually aren't taking fights. So it means that Misfits' potential to go for a big sustained fight isn't there, because One Piece 101, they're just, you know what, we want to scale up, we're going to allow you to make the mistakes, and then we'll go and try and get objectives off the back of that.
Absolutely.
Eco caught out. Will he fall? Yes, he will, surely. Fountain not able to save him. That is another kill going the way of One Piece 101. Now the turret in trouble as King. He's diving in, but he's not sustaining. The damage is just so huge, and Selena wants the kill. He's going forward. He won't be able to find it. Illis looking for a return, but Monkey D. Luffy has something to say about that. One shot will connect. Monkey D. Luffy going in for the killing blow. Illis tries to heal himself, but he gets knocked under the turret. He falls. The trade is there, but it is going to be the turret going down. A 1-for-1, but in fact a 2-for-1, and a turret as well for One Piece 101. And looking really good right now.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what you need to be careful if you're Misfits, is you had an advantage and you had an ability to start this game strong. You did just that. You need to maintain that, making those decisions as a team cohesively, and a little bit of a struggle, especially when they're just trying to focus that turret, and you can appreciate how they want to go after it, but they need to be very, together, sticking it together, and getting these objectives down without risking overextending onto these turrets. Early game, these turrets still, and we're actually getting close to the late game here, but these turrets do a lot of damage. You can't go multiple turret hits without paying the price, and that's something that they just need to be mindful of. Right now, 101 looking as they are in the lead in gold and objectives now to play more aggressively here. And Lost Boy and company in great position here as they try to catch out Illist again.
Yeah, Illis able to dodge back though, not going to take too much damage off the middle of it, but Misfits, they haven't traded any back, and that's going to be Illis knocked up against the turret. Look at the damage, he needs to get healed. They're looking for the fight, Gauntlet Wars, and that is going to be Illis falling. King as well. Selena Gomez and his Kestrel just showing up today. That's going to be the one shot, not quite landing, but they find the ace nonetheless. Wow, One Piece 101, they scaled perfectly here. And it doesn't look like Misfits' composition can deal with the damage that they're outputting.
Unbelievable. And just like this, 101 playing like the 101 we've seen when they're at their best. Obviously, Lost Boy Toph is definitely a keystone to this roster at this point when they need him. Starting off really strong. And it is a best of 5 though, but already they are looking about as poised as we've seen them all season.
Yeah, certainly is. They've come into the series ready. There's been big words exchanged on either sides, Misfits and One Piece 101. Right now, it does look like it is going to be a great series start for One Piece 101, but it's not all over yet. 6,000 gold in the lead at the 15-minute mark. The Kraken, she spawns. Definitely a crucial point of the map now that the teams will anchor towards. I'm eager to see if One Piece 101 with their Storm Crown will look to just start it up, or will they just go for a fight. Actually, it looks like it's the latter. King, though, he's diving in. The active camo. Selena Gomez will lock 2 up, and Illis, the damage is going on top of him. Can he sustain through the verse? No, he cannot. And King's losing his life in the midst of it as well. Lost Boy Toph will fall. Eco as well, but the ace once more for Monkey D. Luffy and Selena Gomez. And look at them. They're going to ride the wave straight into Misfits' face.
And with that, this is looking like it's going to be a clean game. They're not going to be able to end it right here, I don't believe, as you're going to see the entire... Oh, wow, they juggle these turrets perfectly and are able to start laying damage into the crystal. This could be game number 1.
It is game number 1.
Wow.
One Piece 101 managed to scale up, managed to stall out until they felt comfortable taking fights with Misfits, and as soon as that happened, they were at a crucial point as far as damage was concerned. Dragon Point, Borns, huge points to them as they take this first series. Misfits, I like their change, you know? I think that it has potential to work, but they're going to have to do better than that if they want to take down One Piece 101.
Yeah, and clearly some issues with how they started to play that mid game here. You know, you have Adagio, you've got King, but they weren't continuing to play aggressive when they had the lead, and then they slowly lost that lead, not being able to, giving up a gold mine, allowing the gold to swing back over to One Piece. One Piece playing their power spike perfectly, able to take advantage of it, capitalize on it, and a few missteps by Misfits, putting them now on the back feet. Though this is a 5-game series, so they have plenty of time to get back into this, but not the start I think that they were hoping for.
Definitely not, and I think they're going to have to reconsider their draft. I don't think that. Well, no, I don't think the draft was the problem. I think the way they played it was more of an issue, because I feel like there's certainly a lot of strength to the composition that Misfits drafted, and we saw it playing out well, but the problem with the strength that was shown is that the weaknesses were exploited by One Piece. They just went, okay, well, we won't take fights anymore, we'll just play under our turret and play extremely safely until we've got enough damage to be able to blow up and deal with either Illust or King. So win conditions going to have to be considered, I believe, by Misfits as we head into game 2.
Absolutely. And one of the things we will be also getting into game number 2, it's going to be Tasty Bacon, as he finally has come off the shift from Europe after they had a very, very long stream, and able to come down here and finally make it back over to North America as scheduled. Tasty, thanks for finally joining us.
Yeah, long stream for Europe is an understatement. It was approximately 9 hours that we were going over there, but everything has been settled on the European side of things. We have our challenge battles winners, and so now I'm here to take over for North America. I'm excited to see how things end up shaping up.
Now, I will just say real quickly, Tasty, your mic coming in very tinny. Dalsy, I'm not sure if you're hearing the same thing. Like a lot of echoing in the hall, possibly. Just want to make sure we get that fixed before we get started here in this next matchup. So make those adjustments. We are going to want to try to get into the draft, though, right away, Tasty. So just let me know if you need any time to quickly check that, as we should be getting ready pretty soon. And I think in the draft we want to go right now. So Dalsy, if you're good to go, we should be able to get in here, and Tasty can join us in just a second.
No worries.
All right. Well,
there we go. Seemed it was using the wrong microphone.
Aha! That a world of difference, completely. All right, guys. We are going to get into this draft for game number 2. So I'm just going to check in with the teams, make sure they're good to go. And without much delay, let's get started.
The draft begins.
So this is a really important match as far as tempo is concerned. I feel for Misfits, the beauty of a best of 3 series is that you can afford to lose game 1, and feel fairly confident in your ability to turn the series around. When you lose game 2, it does become a little bit harder to do so. So I'm really interested to see the way Misfits look to change their game plan, or if they choose to change it at all. We are going to see a Fortress ban coming through first here from One Piece 101. So now looking to not allow Misfits to use it.
Yeah, definitely a smart ban. Fortress has been coming into the meta pretty strongly over the past week or so. And a lot of teams have been picking it up and making great things happen with it. In Europe, we saw it have a little bit of success as well. But it's going to be time for Misfits to choose what they want to ban away. It's going to be that Lyra. So Adagio is left open.
Was a pickup by Misfits, and I assume One Piece would not allow that to go through. Glaive going to be prioritized here by Misfits as a return, so could be going into the captain role, could be going into the jungle, could be going into lane. You know, we've seen it over in Europe, I believe, was where we saw it. Actually, NA pulled it out, Cloud9. So it could be going anywhere in theory. It's a very strong first pickup, as there's so much flexibility with the pick.
Yeah, very similar situation with Adagio. So neither team really giving away anything that they're going to be looking to do with their first pickup. And so that makes these next wave of bans that much more difficult, because you just don't really, like, you can't sit here and be like, okay, well, if we ban this, they're not going to be able to get the composition they want, because you don't know what the composition they want is just based on these first picks.
So Finn going to be banned away, and that was a priority by Misfits in the previous game, game 1. So obviously respect being shown to Lost Boy, Toffs, Finn, and I guess the compositions that One Piece 101 prioritize around that pick. Bonus time starting to be eaten up here as we use this double ban system, of course. The challenge battles, you know, bring it to the tournament realm. So on patch 2.3 with the double ban, we had all the bells and whistles here. Currently, One Piece 101 taking their time. I think this has been fairly consistent for the Challenger Series teams. They a little bit of warm up to knowing what they want to ban out second on all, because there's so many thin picks available to B-side for their second rotation. Lance going to be prioritized. It says to me that they assume that the glaive is going into the jungle, so they're going to ban out another captain, or perhaps they want to force the glaive into the captain role and deal with a different CP jungler.
And we'll have to see what they do decide. I mean, the Lance could also be a banning away from the jungle pick, but this is going to be Ringo coming out. That's a pick that has been very strong. We actually saw it banned quite frequently in the European challenge battles.
Whereas quite the opposite, this is the first Ringo we've seen here in North America. So after 6 games, this being the 7th draft period, the first Ringo.
That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, I'm just double checking to make sure I haven't missed something, but yeah, no, my notes say that this is the first Ringo, so very, very strange. But he is here, so welcome Ringo to 2.3 in North America.
All right, gonna get answered with a Vox, still very strong. Still, it's the one thing I'm always interested in with 2.3 now is seeing what build paths the carries go. We've seen a lot more variety in the build paths on 2.3, whereas, you know, in 2.2 is pretty much with Vox, you go breaking point double monocle or you're doing it wrong. And so that's changed up a bit, but Grumpjaw gonna be the pick here for One Piece. That is something we don't get to see every day.
And actually, you know, I'm wondering if this is, you know, a CP Grumpjaw.
What, did we get like 3 Grumpjaws in the first series?
Right. Grumpjaw is something that I've seen. It is a CP Grumpjaw. I think it is going to be a CP Grumpjaw in the jungle. This is something in 2.3 that has started taking over my solo queue experience over in UU. It is crazy damage, insane damage. I'm not sure how you deal with it. Damage. You know, it is a very new pick. Perhaps a rhyme is the answer because you get up close, but. Man, Illus's position, if they decide to keep him in the lane, he's going to be on point, because when I say that Grumpjaw does a lot of damage when he's in the CP position, I mean he does, like, a lot of damage. Can't stress it enough.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to do with it. It could also be a Captain Grumpjaw. That is something that we've seen a little bit of, and just put the Adagio into the jungle. But you're right, it's very likely going to be a jungle Grumpjaw. With the Rhyme pickup, though, interesting into this composition, because there's a decent amount of mobility, and Rhyme can really struggle into some of the more mobile heroes. They don't have mobility on as short of a cooldown as some others, but it could still cause problems. It'll be curious to see how well Rhyme is able to do.
Yeah, no, I think the idea of the rhyme is that Vox has to get pretty close to do damage. Grumpjaw is obviously going to be on your face, so it makes things a little bit easier to you know, land Winter Spires and get that damage down. We'll have to see if that's the case, though, as we get into this next game very shortly. With the draft completed, can confirm Lost Boy Toff going to be staying in for One Piece 101 as far as our current draft lobby is concerned. Don't know if you have any opinions on this, Dragonborn, if you're intending to come back into you know, our little party here and give your thoughts before we head into this second game, because this is very interesting draft coming forward.
Absolutely. Sorry about that, guys. As you know, it looks like they are done with the draft here. So a little bit of a pause. I think that might have been the hint you were dropping. But yeah, let's head right into this game here, as we're going to jump in. But the thoughts on it, ultimately, I really have to say, it's just exciting to see Grumpjaw come out for the first time, but we haven't really seen it be as successful. So I really am curious what 101's got up their sleeve here going into this matchup.
Yeah, the changes to Grumpjaw in 2.3 have been pretty big. He does a lot of damage, and a lot of teams have been prioritizing a CP Grumpjaw. I say a lot of teams, a lot of solo queue players, because this is where I've seen it. It is in solo queue. A lot of solo queue players at high elo have been prioritizing this CP build on him. So Monkey D. Luffy bringing something new to the table. I'm really excited for this game, Tasty.
I am too. I'm excited to see Grumpjaw make his way onto the fold as a carry. We've seen it a couple times in Vainglory 8. Has not had the success, but that was 2.2. This is 2.3. We'll see if that changes things.
Certainly, this is game 2 of our best of 5 series between Misfits and One Piece 101, fighting on the Halcyon Fold to decide which one of these North American teams will be making their way into the Vainglory 8. We'll have to see if One Piece can continue their dominance with a bit of a new pick here. Monkey D. Luffy, all eyes are on you. Let's get going.
I also like the Grumpjaw with Adagio. That's a really nice tool for being able to deliver Gift of Fire to opponents, and then, you know, just let Vox go crazy with the buff on him. So we'll have to see where they decide to go. Eco and Illist starting off in the lane. So that's just going to be King, having the jungle entirely to himself, but he's going to forego these front camps. So not going to be quite as strong as Monkey D. Luffy in terms of gold or experience, but it is at least going to be safe, and that's the key.
Certainly is the key, as you know, the Rhyme probably not wanting to go for too much aggression at level 1, waiting for his level 2 and some Winter Spires to stack up before he goes for it. Misfits this game, I don't know how much experience they have with the CP Grumpjaw. I assume that if they've been scrimming VG8 teams, which I know they have been, people are starting to test things out on 2.3, and I'm certain that Grumpjaw must be in there somewhere, as teams would be way ahead of solo queue when it comes to these kind of things. So I'm certain that Grumpjaw is something that they've dealt with. Whether they understand the win conditions to play against it is a different question. I'm really excited.
Well, it is going to be going towards that Storm Crown. Picks up the Stormguard banner first for Monkey D. Luffy. And that's going to help him farm up this jungle that much quicker. He already has a very high base attack speed, which is really nice for being able to apply the Stormguard. You can see just mowing through that Ancient Treant, no troubles whatsoever. They're also getting extra gold onto Selena Gomez by having this rotation down into jungle. This is an adaptation team started making about midway through the Vainglory 8 split, and it's one that I really like to see. Just helps both of your core heroes get their items a little bit quicker, and your captain doesn't really fall that far behind as the trade-off. So it just works out really nicely.
And it's going to be Eco knocking Lost Boy Toff in, but here comes Monkey D. Luffy, and look at the damage that he's laying down on this Grumpjaw! I told you it does damage, and we're only at level 3 for it. That's first blood going to Monkey D. Luffy, and if you guys didn't believe me, well, I hope you do now.
Yeah, hangry.
He's not done. He's looking for another. He's ready. He's going for King. He's lining it up. King, run, run whilst you can. Here he comes. It's gonna be King falling. When will they get Illust as well? Looks like Selena Gomez wants him. He will find the kill, but it is traded by Eco. Man, wow. This is the game that I was looking forward to.
Lost Boy Toph also fell during that trade, but Monkey D. Luffy, the last man standing on this Grumpjaw, and it was the hangry is what got a big damage boost to it. Nothing else really increased as far as his damage is concerned, but those small tweaks, they add up and they really make a big impact. Is Monkey D. Luffy going to get chased out here by Eco, at least momentarily, before returning to his own jungle?
Yeah, no, he does get pushed back, but it's already a bit of a highlight, I think, here of what to expect. We'll have to see how things start to go as we get further into this game. You know, gold, it's starting to swing in One Piece's way. It's 1,000 gold so far in their advantage, which is fairly decent right now. You know, we saw in the previous game that they were very good at kiting back until they hit damage points where they could look to take any fight and they would win it. So I'm really interested to see if they feel a little bit more confident now with the Grumpjaw. You know, he's very, very strong early game, and I don't think it really drops off from what I've seen. So you can see Monkey D. Luffy comes into lane. They're looking for more. Where we go? Eco on the glaive. It can miss position. The Grumpjaw makes sure he misses some of his damage. It all comes from being able to jump on top of people with his abilities. So glaive, a fairly decent pick, I feel, into it. The Rhyme certainly can survive some of the bursts with the fortified health as well.
They're just going to be backing off. One Piece going back to farming once more, sending Monkey and Selena into the jungle together as a duo, and actually giving a couple of the last hits over to Selena Gomez. And you can see the effects it's having on the CS. It's actually a slight CS lead for Illust, but a pretty sizable CS lead for Monkey D. Luffy. As Selena Gomez moves back into the lane, gonna close that gap a little bit. The thing I want to keep our eyes on is the items, as Selena Gomez does have enough to go finish off a Sorrow Blade if that's what they want first item. Look how many potions Illust has.
Yeah, he's got a lot. He wants to sustain so hard through this lane on the Ringo. Not only sustain as far as health is concerned, but sustain as far as energy is concerned as well. You know, the Twirling Silver Achilles shot can really hurt your energy bar. So Illust wanting to make sure that, you know, 5 potions, it seems excessive, but I can kind of see it. He doesn't want to leave lane.
Well, the other thing is, if you do decide to go back and shop and you still have potions in your inventory, they are one of the very few items, I believe it's only 2 items, technically 3, that sell back to the shop for the same price as you bought them. That's potions and infusions. Those are the only ones that do so.
Nice. I didn't know that about infusions, so that will save me 500 gold when I accidentally mistap their tasty bacon. You've just made me a Fiji gold player with that tip. No. But yeah, no, very, very interesting stuff. Look at this. Misfits actually going in for the 5. Lost Boy Toph taking damage, but Monkey D. Luffy, he's eaten up Illust, and it's going to be kicked out, and King has already lost his... No, he hasn't. He's healing back forward. Illust, though, in a bad position. Monkey D. Luffy will do the work. King falls as well, and Eco here has only one choice but to run.
And that's what makes the Grumpjaw so strong in teamfight situations. Oftentimes in games when you see a hero that has the ability to like completely remove someone from the fight, it removes themselves from the fight as well. But Grumpjaw is a little bit different in the fact that he can actually continue fighting while he has consumed an opponent. But now Selena Gomez getting a lot of damage onto Eco, who's just trying to hold up that wave. And did do so successfully, so that Illust won't lose any farm there, but still now is going to have to recall and leave Illust vulnerable for a little bit, but it shouldn't be enough to make an impact. I don't think One Piece are going to be able to capitalize on that.
No, not just yet, but the gold is starting to swing in their favor, and that's the Aftershock Storm Crown completed now for Monkey. pretty huge damage point really for them. Not only that, Selena Gomez, he's got himself a tornado trigger as well on top of the Sora blade, and the damage is just not there yet. King, he's gone for the Eve to try and sustain. Illust hasn't quite got his breaking point, which it looks like he's building towards. So a great opportunity for One Piece to look for a fight.
Looking for a fight they are, but going to be kind of thwarted temporarily. And so, looks like they're just going to retreat down to the jungle again. Send Monkey D. Luffy and Selena Gomez together. And this time they are going to have Lost Boy with them because they're just going to the shop. See if anything gets picked up, if a fight breaks out, as everyone is down here simultaneously.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. And I don't know why One Piece aren't wanting to go for the fight. Perhaps they just felt like it was a little bit too forced. In fact, they've got control over the lane. That's exactly why. Now they can look to push the lane in, force Misfits to move around them. Perhaps not. It seems strange. One Piece, they seem to be a team that will take fights whenever they want, but clearly they're looking for a second item on someone here as they send Selena Gomez and Monkey D. Luffy into the jungle to farm up Lost Boy. We'll just hold the lane. They're respecting, I guess, the breaking point that's come out onto Illust. They don't want to go for it. And actually, Lost Boy's taking a huge amount of damage under this turret. Here comes Monkey. He's starting to lay down the hurt. Illust, where did he go? Oh my god! Eco will lose his life, but it's Monkey D. Luffy all by himself, and King just doing the work. He's trying to get away, but he can't.
What was that?
Wow. It's CP Grumpjaw, you know, it's okay. It's okay, Tasty. We're happy that this is patch 2.3 right now.
My goodness, I have not seen a Crystal Power Grumpjaw before. It has not made the transition over to my solo queue games just yet. And I gotta say, I'm pretty glad that it hasn't, because that was absolutely disgusting what One Piece just did to Misfits.
Yeah, no, I've played with it twice. Thankfully, both were on my team. I haven't gone up against it yet, but I've experienced the pain that it can bring out. You know, weapon powered Grumpjaw also very strong. I feel like that's something that teams will flex if they need to, but I feel like I can safely say Grumpjaw is now a ban for the rest of this series.
Most likely after this one. If this continues, I would not be at all surprised if Misfits ban this hero away every single game from here on out. But, wow. That was some impressive damage, and he's going in again.
Yep, won't quite find the engage necessary to make the damage work, but it's always a potential that Monkey D. Luffy just blows someone up, and you're gonna have to keep your eyes open because here it comes, looking for it. Doesn't get the hangry off. That's the thing that does the damage. He might go in now, and yeah, he does. He's gonna eat up Eco and King. He can't sustain through it all. Illust in trouble, trying to stutter step away. They're going to lose him in the fight. Selena Gomez may also lose his life. No, stutter steps perfectly. Unfortunately, the minions will complete the job. King, he's gonna get stunned on up, and Monkey D. Luffy looking just to burst him down. Wow. You know, Rhyme was this hero that people were like, you know what, he's really good against melee because he has fortified health. No one can really deal with that. Grumpjaw.
Yeah, apparently. Grumpjaw just burned right through that health. That was ridiculous. Again, the damage is absurd with just the Storm Crown and an Aftershock. That is just really impressive, and you have to give it to One Piece 101. They are early adopters of this. You know, you said you've seen it twice in the solo queue. I've never even heard of it, but apparently this is a thing in One Piece 101. They figured it out early, and they are making it work here in game number 2.
So it was the same guy in European solo queue, a VG bronze dude. He said that if he thinks that you think that Grumpjaw CP is OP, then he should see his CP land. So that's a quote from him. I'm not sure what to believe, but man, it's going to happen again as they come straight into this choke point. Selena Gomez is taking damage. Illust actually able to block out most of the damage that comes out, but he will lose his life in the end. And actually, that's going to be King somehow gone as well. Eco, the last man alive, as Monkey D. Luffy going to show us his stuff. Look at the attack speed that comes out when Hangry is up, and he's going to stuff his belly full of a glaive, looking to finish this one off. off with a burst. Eco, he afterburns to safety, but will he be able to escape? Burning on down, and yeah, the Adagio Lost Boy top will find an ace.
As King was on 0 for the respawn, so the ace does come through. And look at this, Monkey D. Luffy and Lost Boy, they're just going to go straight for the Crystal Sentry. They just tear through that thing, taking its first life away. But Goldmine could be a target for them as well if they so choose. But it looks like they're just going to play it safe for now. Get a couple more items. There's so much defense coming out now. 2 Atlas Pauldrons on the side of One Piece. And this is looking very, very dominant from One Piece 101. And oh, do they have another fight here? Nope.
Looking for it here as Eco dives away. King just about avoids the massive beast coming towards him. The infusions are there, as said. Monkey D. Luffy, level 12 as well, can pop his at any time. Illis going to set up with a Fire Brew onto Selena Gomez, but he's going to get healed through. No much damage coming forward here. Monkey D. Luffy, he's just hiding on out. The Flare will spot his position, but you know, currently Selena Gomez is just poking on out Illest, just trying to lay down damage as they wait for their lane to come in. Here's the engage. They've eaten on up King, but he got out. Managed to stun him up, so he does release his prey. Jumps back in though, looking for more, and Illest can't escape. That's the kill. Looking for Eco as well. The afterburn will get him to safety as Selena Gomez tries to chase down King and chase down. He finds the kill, loses his life to a turret, but the choke point will fall. That's going to be the base now opened. One Piece 101 ready to take this second game.
And while all that was happening, just the Crystal Sentry casually lost another life as it tried to walk out of the base. The damage coming out, the crits from this Vox. A Sorrow Blade double monocle tornado trigger. Talk about switching up the Vox build a little bit. Opting to just go flat out damage, and it is working across the board for One Piece.
Yeah, certainly is. You mentioned that, right? We've been so focused on Grumpjaw, but actually Selena, he's packing a punch as well. Sorrow Blade, double monocles, and a tornado trigger. Every auto attack that's coming out is a crit from him. He's able to lay down a ton of damage on the back line. Misfits, who do they focus? Do they go for Selena? Do they go for Monkey D. Luffy? Well, there's no easy answer. He's going to dive forward. Monkey isn't quite able to find any damage. His ultimate actually used there, and now they're looking to try and turn it down. Valkyrie goes out, but Eco will lose his life in the process, and Illis, he's looking very low as well. They found one kill, Selena Gomez. He's just burning on forward, and Ace comes forward here for One Piece 101. They did end up losing Selena Gomez in the process, but now Monkey D. Luffy is just going to show us that he's a big boy. Will be able to take the Kraken all by himself at the 16-minute mark.
This is ridiculous. One Piece 101 just looking so strong into this matchup, and Monkey D. Luffy, he's going to be able to solo out this Kraken, as you said, Dowsy, and not even really close, losing about half of his health, and that is it. As he takes that down, gonna get healed up thanks to the buff from taking out Kraken. And now they have that siege tool making her way towards the base of Misfits with only 2 turrets remaining between One Piece 101 and a victory in game number 2.
Right, and for those who don't know, it's Hangry that gives Grumpjaw his slot B, that gives him all that attack speed. Incredible attack speed that comes forward, and some bonus weapon damage as well to increase the auto attacks. Grumpy gives him extra crystal damage. Insane synergies with the build that he's gone, this attack speed, attack orientated build on Monkey D. Luffy. Now the Kraken going to be rushing on in. Full health as it hits the first crystal turret, and Eco trying to do his best. Illis gets engaged on top of, but they've blown up Selena. That's huge for Misfits. Can they get any more is the question. King, he's been pulled right out. Lost Boy actually loses his life as well. The Kraken, she does take a crystal turret, but Selena cannot afford to go down. This isn't just a one-man show. You can't just win the game with a single Grumpjaw. You can get close to it, but you can't win it with just one.
And that was just Selena Gomez going a little bit too deep into the fight. I think got afterburned back even further. As a result, very quick kill onto that Vox. No defense to speak of aside from a reflex block. So if they can get onto Selena Gomez, they can blow Vox up so quickly. But the problem has been getting onto the Vox without getting melted in the process. They still lose one of the 2 crystal turrets and most of the second. So despite getting a couple kills there, it is still not looking terribly good for Misfits.
Yeah, certainly is. It's looking like it might be over, but we'll have to wait and see. Misfits, they are starting to scale up. Illist, he is going down a 4-item route on this. Ringo here, he's got himself a single Tyrant's Monocle looking for a second to pair with Visora Blade and Breaking Point, which is certainly going to do a lot of damage. King is getting to a point where he is starting to sustain and heal up through some of the damage that a Monkey DeLuffy is putting out. So Selena Gomez is now the missing key in this composition. He has to survive, and Eco can be the one to really determine that. Misfits have a chance, but they're going to have to take that golden opportunity and make diamonds out of it.
Well, we'll see if they can or if they will succumb to the pressure. One Piece 101 just continuing to clear out the jungle very methodically. As Go is going to make his presence known, but now they know that they're recalling back to base, and they're just going to hang out here and say, all right, if we know exactly where you are, we're going to make sure that you can't go anywhere. But actually, looks like they've realized Kraken has respawned. They're just going to go on over and start this up, I would assume. It would make sense, but no, they're going to try and set up an ambush.
The flare doesn't spot them as well. Illis walks straight into the Grumpjaw, and look, he gets melted by Monkey DeLuffy. What a great little play there by One Piece 101. They timed it to a perfection as well, just as they creep into the bush. Eco lays the flare on the tri-bush, and directly behind where they were, Misfits didn't have a clue, and that's the ace. That's the game for sure for One Piece.
Unbelievable performance. 22 kills in 20 minutes for One Piece 101. 8-0-12 on this Grumpjaw. I gotta agree with you, Dowsy. You gotta figure, after a performance like this, Grumpjaw is not gonna be allowed through in game number 3.
My assumption is exactly that. Selena Gomez, in fact, shows that he can also 1v1 the Kraken, but nowhere near as effectively as his friend. Wow, One Piece 101, they bring something new to patch 2.3, new to competitive at least, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that for the rest of the night.
Alrighty. Yeah, wow, what a series so far. 2 games in, and One Piece is living up to the hype and playing definitely at the highest level we've been able to see here in this season, this split. It's just been unbelievable. It's actually been quite a huge contrast, Tasty, to what we've seen out of One Piece, even as late as last week. It's just it seems like they've been really just so decisive here in this series, and the Grumpjaw pick coming out here, I think, impressing all of us. They are playing from the draft all the way to the end of the game like a true Vainglory team, and this is really not a good position for Misfits right now.
It's really not. They are on the verge of being dropped down out of the Vainglory 8, getting replaced by One Piece 101. And I'm not sure if you guys touched on it. There's a little bit of Twitter drama going on between these two teams leading up to these challenge battles, but One Piece 101, they're looking to get the last laugh in here if they can pick up one more victory.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break, everybody, as we get ready for the next game here in just a minute, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back here getting ready for the next series.
matter to me that much.
Hey guys, welcome. We are finally going live here and getting ready for another series. But here's the deal, guys. Unfortunately, due to some unplanned events, due to circumstances, we have to actually jump over to the Liberation versus Echo Fox game. That is a really highly contentious series, and right now we will be recording the Misfits versus One Piece 101 off stream, and that will be up on YouTube very quickly here for you guys, and we'll of course keep you guys posted as that unfolds, as it may be ending very, very soon. It looks like One Piece 101 on the verge of making it into the Vainglory 8, but we are going to be moving over to the Liberation versus Echo Fox. Echo Fox getting knocked down here into this matchup. Guys, this is probably the most anticipated matchup tonight.
For sure, this is like we said at the beginning of the broadcast all these hours ago, Dragon. The old guard of Liberation X versus a new organization who have failed to really make their entry into the VG8 yet. Working through a lot of issues. They've got Fuji at the helm trying to steer them through what has been a very tough split one. And you know, this is final boss almost for them.
Mm-hmm.
Liberation X coming in. Will they be able to weather the storm?
Yeah, and that's something that I think we're all pretty excited to see. It's going to be a really grueling matchup. There's a lot of questions about Echo Fox. They have all the pieces, it seems, to be that top team, to be in the Vainglory 8, but they've struggled against the top teams, and they really have actually even struggled to show really good signs of progress, with last week, week 4, being that one week where there were definitely some moments, some glimmers of hope for them as they get knocked down here. Kind of that certain doom to come and face this Liberation X, this rising star here. Liberation X almost dethroning One Piece 101, making it all the way through the winner bracket until getting their second place finish in the challenge series. So this is going to be kind of a really tough one to call, guys. I don't think any of us can really anticipate. This is the first time we're seeing Echo Fox play a team, I think, typically below the top 3 or 4 teams in all of Vainglory, but yet Liberation X, a lot of questions on how well they can play here tonight.
And I think there's a lot of questions around Echo Fox as well. You know, these guys have been underperforming is probably a fair comment. I think it's a comment that Fuji would probably agree with, that the roster of great talent is not quite finding the mark that it was looking to hit. Actually, I feel like Echo Fox's last competitive performance last week was actually really, really good against Hammers. They showed a lot of spark, they showed a lot of life, they showed that they could make something happen here. So before that series, I was very worried for their challenge battle chances. After that series against Hammers, I actually felt a little bit better about it, because I feel like they have maybe found something that works for them. I've been talking to Fuji, and he says they've got a wild card up their sleeve for this challenge battle, so we'll have to see if they decide to pull the ace out. But currently, it's a really tough series for them, and I think Liberation X are going to come into it very, very enthusiastic and very confident.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that this is really kind of an exciting time for Liberation X, as they really have a chance to reclaim former glory under an old name with much of the same people that were there before. But I think that the competitive scene as a whole has changed a lot since that first season. It is definitely not going to be an easy path, and I think Echo Fox really, although at the bottom in points in Vainglory 8, is a very compelling foe to go against. I think that they actually are probably one of the better of the 3 teams here. They have the potential to be one of the better of the 3 here. We just haven't seen that yet. I think tonight, it's the night that they prove that they deserve to be in Vainglory 8.
Well, they need to, otherwise they won't be in Vainglory 8 for very long.
That is true. As we get almost ready for this, just waiting on one more team member from Liberation as they're jumping on here, and we should be starting in just a few moments. Yeah, absolutely. And we will definitely have to see how it plays in to here. This is, a different kind of competitive a plane here. I think teams coming from the Challenger Series haven't really been necessarily exposed to the same type of drafts, and of course they've gotten to witness them, but the kind of scrims that have happened. I know Liberation has been one of those teams in the Challengers that have taken scrimming against the top seed teams even very, very seriously, but a lot of those results, they're not publicly they're not public knowledge. We don't really know how they have performed, so it's really, like we said before, this one series was really a mystery on really how it's even going to start. It's going to be this one. I will say, though, big surprise just how dominant One Piece 101 was, although a lot of people feeling like they were the better team between Misfits and 101. So how that series was a bit of a surprise, but I think this one, a little bit more uncertainty, more question marks. Yeah, I don't either, and I really expect. I think that more so in this challenge battles, especially what we've seen over the last couple of games, is how critical the draft can be for a lot of these teams. Even coming down from Vainglory 8, they've got to get that part right. And I really expect that this is where Echo Fox, like you were saying, Dowsey, should be pretty consistent. Shouldn't see too many issues here. And this is something that, a Liberation X team, which really is just these three guys have been playing for a long time together as E36, Status Bake, and Pond the Original. But they may not necessarily kind of have that exposure or have the books with writing on like what's the best draft in each situation. This is something you kind of come to expect from an analytical mind like Fuji to bring to his team, to bring them that competitive edge. So we'll have to see kind of how that plays out once we get into it, but we are still waiting for the teams to get on. So yeah, I think we're ready. Yeah, unfortunately, pause not needed. We should be ready to start, and just checking with them, make sure they're in game. All right, so it looks like, yeah, without further ado, guys, I am going to kick it over to you guys as we jump in here for the draft of game number 1 between Liberation X and Echo Fox.
Guys, don't know it's Koldamig, Lone Delphi, and Mixi for Echo Fox versus Status, E36, and Pond the Original. This first draft about to get underway for these teams. Of course, begins. Echo Fox on the A side, they come down from the VG8 in this promotion/relegation tournament, the challenge battles. So they get the pick of sides for their first game, and we'll have to see what they prioritize here in the draft, Tasty.
Yeah, I would expect to see Koshka being banned away right away. Right, Echo Fox not going to let that one go through. I said Status has just been running through people with that pick, but we'll see what else they decide to go for, as it is now up to Liberation X to choose their ban. Perhaps the Adagio, or do they just leave both healers open? Fortress is another one that's been seen quite a bit recently, so any of those three, I think, would be a very solid ban. You could even throw Lance into that mix as well.
Yeah, no, I think at this point you leave a healer open, so a Lance is probably a priority. But we are going to see a Lyra banned out, so most likely this is where the Adagio comes through for Cole and Meek. Potentially for Mixi, we'll have to see. There is the ability to swap that one around, because if Echo Fox don't go for the Adagio right now, then it's very much likely prioritized immediately by Liberation X. So you can see the guys, they're taking a bit of time here to work it out. I think you would assume anyone would assume that a different ban would have came forward, that the Lyra would have been open. So they just want to make sure that they aren't giving away something of high priority.
Yeah, and for Echo Fox, not much success coming through, but Lance has been one of their most picked heroes. So we are going to be seeing the Adagio come through just because it is so strong still. But I would expect to see them try and get the Lance. It is, they played it in 5 of the 8 games that they played in. But maybe they move away from the Lance because it clearly hasn't been working for them either, as they, again, unsuccessful in picking up a single victory over the course of Split 1.
Yeah, no, it's actually very interesting you bring up the Lance, because I've talked to a lot of people about their opinions on Calder Meek and his transition into the captain position, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, we leave Lance open because that's his comfort pick, and we know we can deal with it." So I'd actually like to see Echo Fox move away from the Lance and perhaps explore new avenues. I don't know if that's going to happen today, but we are going to see a Fortress locked in here for Liberation X, which means we're on to our second part of the double ban, the second ban coming out, of course. We'll have to see what is prioritized here. We already saw CP Grumpjaw coming forward in the Misfits versus One Piece 101. I would be loving it if we got to see another go at it. I'm hoping that one of these teams prioritizes it.
Very smart here to ban away the flicker. You do not want to allow Adagio flicker to go over as a combo. I feel like if that does get picked up, like if you let Adagio flicker go through, at least in North America, because Europe really doesn't play flicker much, that's just a big draft mistake, and you're almost asking for a loss at that point because that combo is just so strong together.
Yeah, as we saw in the last game of Rogue versus Necrolites, the fifth game, Rogue got that flicker and Adagio with a glaive jungle, and it was destruction, a clean game from Rogue. They didn't drop a single kill. Pretty intense stuff from them after a lot of criticism that they were potentially throwing leads through the 2 games that they lost against Necrolites. Glaive going to come forward as the final ban from Echo Fox, which means that we get to see what kind of lane most likely is in mind here for Liberation X. I'm expecting Ringo upon the original. He's often gone towards it, but obviously Vox is fairly good. In fact, they're going for pedals, so that's going to be their carry left to last.
All right, so Fortress pedal can definitely do some serious work on people. You get quite a few procs of the bleed from Fortress. And, of course, a little bit of extra healing coming out of Pedal never hurts. But we'll see, what does Echo Fox decide to answer with? And this is where Echo Fox has been a little bit all over the place. They've got those, like I said, the 5 games on Lance. But from there, it's a pretty eclectic collection of heroes that they have tried to make work over the course of the Vainglory 8 splits. So
this is really interesting. that Vox wasn't locked in. I feel like if you're going to play Fortress Petal, you kind of want the Vox on your side, because that Vox is going to be able to clear through the minions and clear through the wolves. So I'm expecting we get a Vox, but hey ho, there's that Lance that comes through. So it's going to be a carry, Adagio, Jewel in the jungle for Lone Delphi most likely. Now we get to see what this last pick is going to be for Liberation X.
Just very curious that we don't see the Vox come through for Echo Fox, and Crystal Vox would just do so well into the double. I don't know if it's not really double summon, I guess you could call it. Adding the extra units onto the fold for you to get bounces off of, but they say, hey, you guys don't want it, we'll go ahead and take it. And so this will be Liberation X with the Fox, Petal, and Fortress up against Echo Fox's Adagio, Lance, and Jewel. Going to be getting onto the fold shortly, but this is just based on what we've seen from these two teams in the past. I like Liberation X's draft a bit better for their team.
I think they've got a lot of strength behind them. Status will be able to do a lot early with the Petal. Lone Delphi on this Jewel, I believe he played it in VG8 last week. In fact, this might be a very similar composition to what they
Jewel
played.
Is actually their second most picked hero with 3 pickups over their 8 games.
Yeah, so it's comfort picks, and I think comfort picks is good. I think that you kind of need to be heading into this series strong. This is the first game of our final challenge battles. Echo Fox fighting for survival in the VG8, and who else do they face but Liberation X on the other side of the Halcyon Fold to try and steal that spot away from them. Tasty bacon, this is the game that everyone wanted to see, and I can't wait to find the conclusion.
Both teams filled with players that are looking to return to former glory. Obviously, Cole the Meek and Mixi, both very prominent names in the Vainglory competitive scene, VIPL, and other such tournaments, Winter Championships way back when, and obviously for Liberation X, the first ever North American champions. One of these two teams will at least have the chance to make their names shine once more.
Yeah, certainly. As Echo Fox, they steal away the backs, but Liberation X, they make a V-line straight into the back of the jungle of Echo Fox to make sure that they won't lose anything in the process here. So nothing gained, nothing lost perhaps, but a couple of front camps, which Lone Delphi will guzzle on up here. This game could be won, I feel, with Echo Fox in the first 10 minutes based on the way Echo Fox decide to play against Liberation X. In the series last week against, I believe it was Cloud9, it was Hammers, sorry. They kind of grouped up as 3 and just went around the map in one unit for a long period of time, which is almost like an answer to not really knowing what they want to do, not knowing how they're going to, shot call their way to victory. If everyone's together, then I guess you get to react to things a little bit easier. I think it was like a good idea, but perhaps not executed very well. I kind of want to see them sticking to their guns a little bit more, sticking to what they know, making sure that the gold is spread evenly across their teammates, because I kind of feel like they fell behind Hammers in that department when they went up against them.
Yeah, it was the best looking series of games that we saw from Echo Fox in week 4, but again, just still not able to quite put everything together the way that they want to. And look at the vision coming out from Liberation X. You've got both E36 and Status stocking up on flares and scout traps. Same thing on the side of Echo Fox, as Lone Delphi is helping Cole the Meek with that vision control. So both teams putting a lot of priority onto the vision game here in the first few minutes.
Yep, making sure that they know exactly what's going on. I believe Cole the Meek walked through that flare, and that scout trap will just confirm that Echo Fox are making their way over to try and steal away this camp, and they do manage to steal one of those mini camps as well. So that is gold going to them that Status will not have. Delphi and Status are fairly even on the gold, and you can see Liberation X, they're putting down the pressure. They're actually going to charge in on the originals looking for a kill here, and Lone Delphi's been left behind. He jumps across the wall, but he's not going to escape. This is going to be first blood, I believe, going over to Liberation X as E36 pounces his way to victory, and first blood will be handing over to Pon the original.
And not only first blood, but they're going to be able to steal away this jungle as well, getting a lot more for their efforts than what Echo Fox was able to pick up. And now, actually, Mix, needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to take a little bit of damage. Not too much, though. Well, not enough to really be concerned about. Meanwhile, you have Cole the Meek trying to just take as much gold away from Status and Liberation X as he can. He's going to get just the mid-treant, it looks like. Should be able to recall out to safety. So, it's a small lead that Liberation X are able to pick up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 300 gold now. It's not much at 4 minutes, but it's more the proactiveness of being able to chase down Cole the Meek and Lone Delphi, and it kind of strikes a little bit of fear into Echo Fox. All right, we're playing against a team that they decided they were going to kill us, and actually they just killed us. It was a long chase, but they managed to do it. So it makes them their confidence in looking to make proactive plays like stealing away backs a little bit harder. They might not even go for them even anymore. So a lot of things happening here. We'll have to see whether Echo Fox are able to hold on to their wits here. Alternating current and fountain completed upon the original. He's splitting his build between a Sora Blade and potentially a breaking point alternator trigger. We'll have to find out as the build progresses.
Could even go for a Poison Shiv. We saw a ton of Poison Shiv in Europe. It does so well into any composition that has a healer, whether it's the Adagio or the Lyra or even Petal. Just being able to slow up the healing that's coming out is a massive boon for a team. But I don't think Pon the Original is going to go for the Poison Shiv here this game, but you never know until they actually finish off the build.
And I'm a huge fan of Poison Shiv. I think that it has its place,
super
especially in this new patch. As someone who builds it, I would say 50% of my solo queue games as carry. I feel like in this patch, I was a fan of it in previous patch. I thought it was weak compared to other items, but I loved the concept of it. And against certain compositions, it kind of felt necessary. Now it's even more viable, which means that against compositions where it's not entirely necessary but might give you an upper hand, it's actually viable, and you can take that risk.
Yeah, like I said, pretty much anytime I see an Adagio or Lyra on the opposing team, if I'm playing a weapon power hero, I'm getting a Poison Shiv. It works so well, and it gives you pretty much every stat that you could want, with the exception of crit. So it's just really nice item. But going into this game now, you can see that gold lead has already begun to grow a little bit for Liberation X. And nothing insurmountable, nothing major, but it just continues to build up.
Rude onto Pon. They're going to look for a fight here. The weapon infuse comes immediately out of Pon, and actually look at the damage Lone Delphi took as he ran away from the spontaneous combustions coming out of Status. Hard task here. Echo Fox almost able to find a kill, just not quite.
And Status actually went for the Shatter Glass as his first item. I thought for sure it was going to be the Frostburn. You see so many petals do just for that extra slow. But looks like we may have another fight here in the middle. But nope, never mind. Everyone's going to be backing off, going back to farming. So yeah, Shatter Glass instead of Frostburn as the first item, opting to just focus on flat damage output as opposed to that extra slow that can come out. There's not really many slows on the team. The only one they have is from the Resonance on Vox, or Pulse is the ability name, but that's the only slow they have. It's not a very strong one, so I'm a little surprised that Status actually didn't rush into the Frostburn.
Clearly we're looking for a lot of burst damage as on the spontaneous combustions when they dive on in, I believe. Here comes the Wolves though. Gold mine is secured by Echo Fox, but now they need to secure their lives and they're running. They don't want to fight. They want to clear down the Wolves. Good usage of the big red button will clear that all out, as well as the Munions, and that's E36 locked in against the wall. Actually not able to get close enough to do enough damage. Cole Meek, he's chasing an impale necessary for them to continue the fight. It doesn't look like he's going to find one just yet. A chance to do so. There it is, onto Pond, but the rest of his team just not quite on the same page, not able to get in distance. So Echo Fox not able to find a kill, instead making their way to lane to clear these minions.
Not sure if Liberation X actually spotted that Kulvamik used his Fountain of Renewal there. Because they didn't use theirs, they could have very easily turned that fight around and tried to look for a kill or two because they had their Fountain. It didn't look like the way that Echo Fox was chasing them. It did not seem like they realized the Fountain was available for E36, but they're going to be able to get in, get that Crystal Sentry defeated, and get out. So nice little movement, but a nice answer from Liberation X is only going to get a little bit of chip damage on the turret, however.
It is a little bit of damage onto the turret, like you mentioned, and actually a little bit of damage can go a long way of just making sure that the next time Liberation X is in town, they might be able to find the turret itself. Currently, though, gold is neck and neck at this 9-minute mark, as Echo Fox haven't given up any advantages yet. And Liberation X haven't found them. I feel like that's probably the storyline that most people will be applying to this series. And you know, I feel like it's potentially a fair one as well. Currently, Echo Fox, though, they've got a lot of damage starting to stack up. Mixi is about to hit a huge point on this Adagio where I believe the Shadow Glass or the Frostburn comes in. It's going to be Shadow Glass coming forward. It means lots of damage there. Not only that, Lone Delphi, he's got himself a Sorrow Blade. He's building towards a breaking point as well. So there's certainly a power point coming here for Echo Fox. And as soon as they hit it, they need to really look for an advantage from it.
And at the same time, early infusions have been the option for Liberation X that they've decided to pick up. And going to be looking, when a fight does break out, to have those be what turns the tide in their favor. Pond the Original does have that breaking point already completed as well. So some good damage is going to be coming out of this Vox. Status still looking for a second item. But at the same time, as you mentioned, Lone Delphi pretty much in the same boat. So this, if they do get into a fight, it'll be pretty interesting to see who is able to come out on top. A lot of it's going to come down to positioning. If Petal can get onto a backline, just stick there. Either it's Jewel or Mixi. Just getting onto one of those two carries is Petal's really her only goal. Just try and keep those monies alive. Try and keep the seeds up. So we might be heading for a fight here pretty soon. Everyone's just kind of posturing up a bit in the middle of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like maybe a missed opportunity for Kulvamik to dive on in, but clearly not feeling like that was the fight that they could win. Pond the Original looked panicked more than anything. However, Echo Fox, they rotate down and they're actually looking to get this gold mine. The problem is the work has been done already on this turret, so if they stick around, the turret is at risk, and immediately you can see they move to the lane to ensure that they don't lose a turret in the process. Liberation X, though, walking through that tri-bush, don't pop the scout trap, so Echo Fox have a lot of vision, and Pond the Original takes a huge chunk of damage straight off the middle of the fight. Echo Fox double root, Kulvamik doing work. They're going to find a trade and Lone the Delphi and Pond the Original, but can Mixi now do the work onto Liberation X? There's the fire status. He's burning on down. Can they get the kill though? Mixi looking like he might go a little bit too low, but no! Impale will secure a second kill, and now Kulvamik now charging on forward, looking for E36 here. That's going to be 2 kills going to Echo Fox, 1 traded back for Liberation X, but good advantage there for Echo.
Yeah, that initial Thunder Strike just took off so much of Pond the Original's health, absolutely blew him up. From there, he got still involved in the fight, did a good amount of damage, but couldn't stick around nearly as long as they would have liked. Immense gold payout, and that's going to be a quick pick onto Pond the Original, who was trying to steal that away.
Yeah, really great stuff from Echo Fox. One of the first times that we've seen them in the lead of a game, and they're doing it through their rotations here, which is the huge thing that they've been trying to work on. It's going to be looking for this turret here. A lot of damage being traded by status. This Shadow Glass means that the explosions from the minions do a lot of work, but the turret will be secured by the looks of things with one last Impale. No, not secured. Mistake from Echo Fox, not able to find the last auto attack, and now they're being chased under their turret here by Status and E36. They will be able to walk away for now. The minions finally get the turret in the end. One last auto attack from them, and maybe they can find a kill onto Status if they're lucky. Mixi has gone back, but the gold is starting to swing. Bit of trouble now. The turret here and under fire upon the original, looking for damage, and Delphi got bursted and he was forward facing the whole time. Mixi looking to try and heal Call the Meek up, but the explosions from Status doing work. An ace comes forward for Liberation X and they get the turret as a result.
Very quick turn of events all of a sudden for Liberation X. They're going to go for a second turret, and why not? They have plenty of time on these death timers. And all of a sudden, you just said that the gold was starting to go in favor of Echo Fox. But one bad fight is all it takes to swing a game of Vainglory. And just like that, it is now back in favor of Liberation X. They got those two turrets, so they're going to have the map pressure as well. What a very, very heads-up play from Liberation X to look for that fight when they did.
Yeah, certainly. A little bit of an overstay, I think, coming from Echo Fox there. And as you said, heads-up display results in Liberation X taking a 1.5k gold lead for themselves. So now Echo Fox, even though they've played a fairly proactive game so far, are now on the back end. And this is where I feel like they struggle to claw their way back into a series. Not going to count them out yet. Lone Delphi has got himself his breaking point. We're almost there with a third item for Mixi as well. But it is definitely an uphill battle, one that Echo Fox unfortunately have to face.
The one that they are very familiar with facing, at least, coming into this one. Kraken has awakened 15 minutes into game number 1 of this best of 5 challenge battle. Again, the winner gets a spot in the Vainglory 8. Is Echo Fox's spot to lose at the moment. Liberation X looking to return to the stage, looking to get into a perhaps unified live championship if they can perform well enough in split number 2. But first, you have to get to split number 2, and that's what this is all about.
That's exactly it. It's all about getting into the VG8. It's all about, you know, finding that route towards that unified live championships in London. A team that has done that is One Piece 101. Just getting confirmation now that they have taken the series 3-0 over Misfits, which means, unfortunately for Misfits, we say goodbye, but hello to One Piece 101. They will be taking their spot in the VG8, and I can't wait to see what they have to offer.
Very happy to hear Lost Boy Toph will be back in the top 8 and playing every week. At least his team will. We don't know if Lost Boy is going to be playing every week because they have been freely interchanging Lost Boy Toph and Polly as needed, but still, congratulations, One Piece 101, the #1 seed from Challengers. They had their choice of teams, and it seems they chose correctly as they get themselves a spot in Vainglory 8 for split number 2.
Now it's all about Liberation X and whether they can follow in the footsteps of their Challenger Series friends here. As you said, this Kraken now spawned, a point that the teams will rotate around, fight over for our next little bit here. Will they be able to hold off is the question. Echo Fox, as they look to try and to scale up even further. Lone Delphi looking for a bit of crit for himself. So they go in. Here's upon the original looking for the fight. Call the Meek with the fountain. E36 chasing on down, and Status trying to get in as well. But immediately Liberation X turn head onto this sentry. Pushed back. E36 dives onto Mixi. Lone Delphi trying to find the kill on Tapon, but he get blown up by Status. That's going to be Status diving forward onto Mixi. Fortified health from the verse and a good amount of damage. Bursted forward. Liberation X are fairly low. They haven't got a fountain either to heal up, and Mixi's feeling confident. Here comes E6 though, and looks like Mixi may just lose his life. Yes! And Call the Meek is looking fairly in trouble as well. No Frostburn on this pedal means that Call the Meek can run forward indefinitely, but Liberation X, they have a puppy. The puppy says, follow me guys, I will lead you to the big bad gladiator. Call the Meek will not likely run away, but he's certainly buying enough time for Lone Delphi to spawn, so the ace will not come forward, which is definitely a bit of a silver lining for Echo Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to prevent the ace from happening, but at the same time, they lose out on one of the lives of their Crystal Sentry. As Liberation X, very decisive. They start the fight up, say, okay, they've backed up enough. We don't want to fight with the Crystal Sentry, so we'll just take out the Crystal Sentry so that we can finish off this fight on our terms. They're able to do so. Like you said, they don't quite get the ace, Dowsy, but they are going to be able to have the momentum fully on their side. 8-3 in terms of kills. It's a little over a 2,000 gold lead. Do they want to look for this Kraken, however, is the question.
It's definitely the question on everyone's mind here, as, you know, we've had, 90 minutes into this game and there hasn't really been a fight over it yet. Obviously, both teams feeling wary that that is a potential way to throw, and you want to make sure you have the vision, you want to make sure you have the damage, that if a team fight does break out, you can turn it back on. Here comes Echo Fox, though, into the middle of the map. There's the infusions on Liberation X. Echo Fox have some of their own, though, in their back pockets, ticking away as we speak. But they don't feel confident that they can start up a fight. Upon the original, they need to blow up all status. It's one or the other, and it's going to be on an Impale from Cole the Meek and some Thunder Strikes from Lone Delphi to do it in a quick manner. If they're able to execute that combination, then I feel like they can take a fight here, Tasty, but it's all about execution.
It is indeed, Dowsy, and right now it is Liberation X, the side that has been executing just a little bit better through these first 19 and a half, almost 20 minutes. Again, Kraken still just hanging out in the middle of the map, neither side willing to take the chance of trying to start that one up. Looking at the items, you can see Lone Delphi a bit behind in terms of itemization. Only has the 2 completed tier 3 items, whereas Status has 2 offensive and a defensive, so a little bit of an edge there. Looking into the lane, it's pretty close to even coming out of the lane, and similar story with the captains.
Yeah, actually, you look at the gold, it's only 4,000 at 20 minutes. Echo Fox have been in far worse places at this stage of the game. It's not a big lead for Liberation X. I think the thing that Liberation X has is this fortress, which applies, the mortal wounds, but E36 is going to get engaged on every time that Echo Fox looks for an engage. Liberation X, they can pull out the puppies with the attack of the pack and just look to try and turn it straight onto Echo Fox, make them disengage. I guess the good thing is that it isn't a CP fortress, so perhaps it's not as much, priority on clearing them out, but you can see they run away, they fall back into the jungle, and it gives Liberation X so much room to work. Here comes Delphi trying to dive forward. He turns his back though upon the original, and the damage is starting to go out. The root though from the Treant doing work, and Liberation X are gonna fall. E36 loses his life, but Pon is still there, impaled, knocked down, stunned, up and dead. Echo Fox finding the kill on 2 upon the original, just leaving Status to trampoline away. They're going to turn their face towards the Kraken. Treant, MVP of the fight.
And you said it's all about execution. That was a mistake in execution for Liberation X, as upon the original gets stuck on the root of the Treant, unable to move, unable to participate for a good couple of seconds in that fight. And as a result, Echo Fox, they take advantage, they spot an opportunity, and they make it happen, getting the Kraken unleashed along with a couple of kills. And it's all up to Status to try and defend these turrets. You got to figure this tier 2 turret's just going to be given over. The tier 3 is where we might see a attempt at defending their base from the likes of Echo Fox.
Yeah, back in 2.2, being stuck in a root for a couple of seconds may have not been a big issue, because the breaking point stacks didn't disappear very quickly. However, in 2.3, the punishment of not auto-attacking an opponent becomes very great, and you can see that upon the original, he lost his stacks very quickly, right down to nil, and wasn't able to dish out any damage after that happened, after a long sustained fight. So Echo Fox, they've been granted a bit of an advantage here. They're going to fall back from the Wolves, now needing to turn onto Status as the burst goes out. Mixi going to lay down a lot of damage. The Kraken continuing its barrage onto these turrets. The Wolves have been cleared, Attack of the Pack gone, Echo Fox, they figure that the Kraken will find at least one Crystal Sentry turret, so they are going to step away from it and take it on down. So Echo Fox find themselves a fight, a much needed fight to pull themselves back into a fairly healthy position. Now we'll have to see what happens as the next Kraken to spawn in a couple minutes.
They're still a little bit behind in gold, but they're now at a point where one team fight is all that they need to be able to win this game. So Liberation X need to be careful, need to be much more wary of their positioning when fighting around these treants. You got to figure if Pawn doesn't get stuck, that fight very likely goes a totally different direction. It wasn't just the break point stacks, falling off, which that is a big factor, but it's also just the fact that you have one of your hard carries just not doing damage for a significant portion of the team fight. And that just allowed the advantage to go the way of Echo Fox. But looks like Liberation, they're posturing up for something.
Yeah, definitely looking for a fight here. Attack the Pack available for E36, and here it comes. So once more we see Echo Fox disengage, try and clear out those puppies as quick as possible. It's all about how much damage they take, and Status has been caught in a root. Trampolines away. No damage really coming out from Echo Fox. They're not looking for this fight just yet. Minion Wave not in a great position, and the Kraken hasn't spawned, so the risk factor versus reward factor just doesn't seem right for them. And not only that, they want to try and get some of these defensive items built up onto Lone Delphi.
Yeah, if they can get just a little bit of defense, that can go a long way, especially on a Jewel. As the Atlas Pauldron, needs just a little bit more to get some more shielding in, protect himself from Status on this pedal. Liberation X, they've got to start wondering what do they have to do, because they had a pretty sizable lead, and that has all but evaporated by this stage of the game.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, the lead means nothing. It's all about who executes in the team fight correctly. Attack the Back, it's a short cooldown. It's back up again, so, I can't imagine Liberation X are, scared of a fight. In fact, wait for it comes out. They want it now. Here they go. E36 calls the Wolves out, and look at the damage going on to Lone Delphi. He's been bursted on down, and Cole the Meek still has the fountain in his pocket. He's going to split up. Mixture, he's going to fall upon the original. All status by looks of it. The fountain keeps them all nice and healthy, and Cole the Meek is just left to run away. He's actually going to go to the minion wave. I actually really like this move from Cole the Meek. Try and push the minions down. Perhaps not actually going to go for it. Force a move from these guys. He isn't going for it. I feel like that could have been a bit of a pull Liberation X away from the Kraken type deal, but the death timers are pretty long, so perhaps it would have been achieved anything.
Well, Kraken is going to be achieved by Liberation X. A very back and forth game here. 26 minutes in, and it will be Kraken being unleashed onto the fold for Liberation X. With only a few turrets left, the choke point turret and then the two crystal turrets. They could potentially end the game with this push if they can just find one more fight as they start to move on up towards Kraken and where she is making her way in towards the enemy base.
Yep, this is a do or die moment for Echo Fox in this first game. A best of 5 though, a lot of time to adapt to the series. First game, obviously, best of 5, obviously very important, but for the team that feels like they don't have as much chances, they can at least look to try and adapt after game 1. To the team that it feels like they're ahead, they can look to make some interesting plays with compositions. Lone Delphi diving in, looking for damage, but look at the damage being put on him, and Cole the Meek once more. No fountain coming out, too late from him. That's going to be Mixi using the burst for the fortified health. Almost able to burst E36, but almost is not enough in this game. That leaves Cole the Meek once more left alone, and he will fall. An ace comes out for Liberation X, and they are looking like they will take this game nice and cleanly. The turrets, they're going to fall here. Tasty Bacon. Game 1 of this challenge battle between Liberation X and Echo Fox goes to Liberation.
And there's some shaky moments there, some very strong moments from Echo Fox in the middle of this game. But when it comes down to it, it was Liberation X able to find the fights that they needed more. And they take game number 1 of the best of 5. As you mentioned, with it being best of 5, you have that little bit of leeway typically. But a team like Fox, I don't know if you have that same amount of leeway just because of how frustrated the players must be. Even if they don't show it all the time, it's got to be incredibly frustrating to now be 9 competitive games in a row with a loss.
Wow, yeah, that's a tough break here for Echo Fox, considering how well they played for a good chunk of that game. And it was definitely not a clean game by any measures, in the sense that, 1 turret left for Liberation X, and of course them able to finally turn it all around and take that victory. We saw multiple back-to-back choke point fights right at that bottom alley, right at the bottom near the shop, Dowsey, and it just seemed like this is the kind of fight Liberation wanted. They wanted to get the entire Echo Fox team on the run to force their play, and that just wasn't, with a Jewel and Adagio Lance, you wanted to be a little bit more aggressive. It seemed like Liberation X not allowing them to be exactly what they needed to be.
Yeah, there's a couple things that happen when Echo Fox play. And I think the most visible issue, I think there's multiple issues. I think the most visible issue, and the issue that a lot of people like to latch onto, is Koldomik as a captain. This guy's switched into the role. And that's a hard thing to do in any esports title, is switch roles, especially when you so dominant in one of them. So he switched into this captain role, and it's not an impossible move, but there's definitely some things that he's missing. On Lance, he's maxing his C ability, his ultimate, over his Impale. I don't know many people who would prioritize combat role over Impale. He's not pulling out the fountains in time.
Yeah,
is it because
there was a
he's
couple
too
misses.
far away? It's very easy to go, Koldomik's the problem, but also, Lone Delphi, unfortunately, wasn't actually laying down much damage, and on Jewel, a hero who's squishy, unless she's facing her target and she gets added armor and defensive stats, you kind of want to be facing the enemy. They're running away from a captain fortress with no damage, and it's Wolves. Yes, it does do work, don't get me wrong, but perhaps maybe it's not as much work as Echo Fox are kind of giving it credit for. There's so many things going on, and it feels like Echo Fox are constantly playing from a scared position.
And I think that, when you talk about, the pedal being a big factor for why you're running away, those seeds blowing up, they're really hard. It's hard to actually engage on them, because they're going to push you around and they're going to deal a lot of damage as you try to jump onto the side of Liberation X's jungle. But really it would seem to be just it was the fear of them moving away from the fights instead of going into them. We did see, again, two fights back-to-back, actually, where the fountain was either noticeably late or not pulled at all. And again, at the moment, it was were they in range? Obviously, we're zoomed way out. Everything kind of looks in vision, which is not always necessarily the case for these players. But it does seem like, they had some sense of control over that game, and they let it slip away. And that's something that really, I feel, comes down to how they're playing together synergy-wise. They need to focus on. And I'm sure, hey, they got another game to go. Maybe that was just the first game out of the bag. Typically, you guys mentioned, the first game, if the draft isn't as good, that could play a big factor into it too. And I think that, just the pedal fortress were a lot to deal with from a Jewel. It didn't seem like Jewel was able to manage both a fortress and a pedal in the jungle.
Yeah, there's not one issue that if Echo Fox fix it, then they will become a better team. There's a lot of underlying issues. I asked for a quote. A quote was asked from Fuji. I didn't actually specifically ask for this. And Fuji's response was, he feels like he's Dr. Frankenstein trying to put together a bunch of pieces to create this monster of a Vainglory team. And unfortunately for him, thunder hasn't struck yet. Frankenstein's monster hasn't been born. So it's a tough job. I feel like if anyone was capable, Fuji certainly has a resume of experience behind him to do so. But at the moment, we're not seeing it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see game number 2, because a lot can change in just a few series. We saw Necrolite almost turn their series completely around. And of course, game number 2s are very, very pivotal. You don't want to go 2 games down in a best of 5. As we wait for word from the players, make sure they're ready for draft, and we'll get right into it.
All right. Well, hopefully for Echo Fox, they have some sort of solution to try and get themselves a victory. And like I said, it's been 9 games in a row now in competitive for this season that they have dropped. It's got to start to weigh on you mentally. It really does. And you have to feel for them because it's, they've had chances, they've had opportunities, they just haven't quite been able to close things out.
Yes. And we'll have to see kind of how they go in. It looks like we are going to get a sub, though, in for game number 2. Right as we start the draft, Fuji is coming in. And this is pretty incredible. I believe, guys, this is the first time Fuji's played all season.
Mm-hmm. It is. There's been rumblings of it going on for a while of Fuji stepping in. If he did, who he would step in for, where they would end up putting different players as a result. But looks like it will be Fuji in for Lone Delphi. And one of the things that we've noticed from them is that a lot of the compositions they pick end up relying a lot on Lone Delphi being able to carry a huge amount of the team on his shoulders. And that's really tough to ask a player to do in that sort of situation. But if they're doing a direct swap, just keeping Fuji in the jungle, and they continue with the same game plans that they've been trying to have of putting a lot of the attention onto their jungle carry shoulders, Fuji is at least a player who has proven experience in the past of being able to burden that kind of weight.
All right, well, with that, we are going to jump into the draft for game number 2 and see how this plays out with Fuji coming in, stepping into the fold for the very first time this season to try to help get a victory for his team. Echo Fox here, and with Liberation moving over to A side, this does put them in a unique position as they are able to get the first ban, but it allows Echo Fox to get 2 solid picks in a ban before Liberation can respond.
So we'll see what they decide to leave open, what they decide to take away. Lots of options here. Of course, the Kashka is actually going to be banned away by Liberation X. That's a little bit of a surprise. Kind of expected them to leave that open so that they could try and first pick it away, but they decide to just not deal with it altogether.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. I think Koshka is a potentially very strong pick, and I'm not a huge I don't have huge knowledge on Fuji's hero pool, so I'm not sure I'm not sure I can comment on what heroes they've been playing. I definitely was one of the people who heard the rumors from different teams. They said Fuji's been subbing in. Fuji himself came to me and said that this might be a wild card, that we might be able to add a shot calling element into the team, and that's kind of what this move is about. They kind of worked. They played with Fuji in the lane, they played with Fuji in the jungle, they played with Fuji in the captain, and this was the combination they felt worked the best. So it's a very bold move, I think, for Echo Fox, because I feel like Fuji has not wanted to do this the entire season, has very much wanted to be the person who's in that captain position and coach position, trying to teach the team and prepare the team for their games. This is almost his last straw, and this is where you pull out last straws, right? The challenge battles. So the draft underway, as said, the Adagio band away here by Echo Fox. Lyra, of course, goes over to Liberation X, which means that we're going to see Call the Meeks Lance once more, potentially, but there's always the possibility it goes to the jungle or the lane.
Yeah, well, again, don't necessarily know how things are going to shake up with Fuji being added to the mix now. So we'll have to just wait and see how the rest of this draft plays out.
Right now, just letting the bonus time tick down as they decide to ban Glaive once more, in line with their previous banning stage for Echo Fox. Wonder what is prioritized here. Since the Lyra was banned away, they might go for Flicker. I think the Lance first pick from Echo Fox might dissuade the Flicker ban, so maybe we go into somewhere else here. Maybe we target Fuji's hero pool. Maybe we, just ban away something we don't enjoy.
Plenty of possibilities, but at the moment, we're just waiting on this next ban. I kind of expect to see something like... Well, never mind. I'm not going to say it because it was not a pedal.
Yeah, that's a better man than me. I would have been. I'm kind of waiting to see the pedal. Yep, that's the one I was thinking of.
I've done that enough times on the analyst desk for Vainglory Teams, so I'll give it a break today.
I'm interested to see just very quickly. What was the pick you're gonna say?
I was gonna say maybe something like Black Feather or Flicker or Alpha. I know
it makes a lot of sense. I think it's targeting the jungle pool. So along the lines of, we assume this Lance is going into the captain position. So let's put some more priority bans towards jungle. Make sure that Fuji doesn't have a hero that we deem to be very strong in the jungle. Ringo though locked in here for Mixi. Once more, we see a Ringo here in North America. A lot of builds, we've mentioned it before, available to the weapon power carries now, so super excited to see what Mixi has been favoring.
All right, well, with this next two picks, it will be Liberation X getting their composition set without having Glaive or Koshka. Status, curious to see what he's going to pick up, pedal band away by themselves. So there's still plenty of aggressive options he could go for. The Fortress could still very likely come out. Status, I would be fine seeing him on. Really, there's so many heroes that fit that aggressive play style of his. Ataka, Black Feather, Kroll. But they're going to go ahead and pick up the Flicker for themselves and a Rona to round it out. Interesting composition here for Liberation X.
Yeah, that means the Lyra is heading into lane for upon the original. The Rona going to be in the jungle most likely for status, and we know where the Flicker's going. That's why they didn't blend the way the Flicker. I feel like putting Bent onto the captain position would have been weak drafting from Liberation X, considering we can make a fairly fair assumption that this Lance would be heading into the captain position due to the fact that Echo Fox, I believe, have locked it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times over their 5 series that they've played competitively. So a very prioritized pick, essentially, is the point that we've learned from that. Now we have to find out what Fuji wants to do. I'm not entirely sure what the best pick is. What would you be thinking?
It's tough because I don't really know. I'm not 100% sure if Fuji will either, but it's going to be a Grumpjaw. All right.
I'm happy. This is cool. This is very cool. We're getting CP Grumpjaw for the second time tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You may have not believed me the first time, but now you do. This thing does a lot of damage.
It really does. And see if it'll be enough damage. It also has a lot of tools that can really hinder what Liberation X are going to be looking to do. As soon as status starts up with a red mist, just gobble them on up, and there goes pretty much all of the damage of Liberation X. So this could be a tough draft to make work for Liberation.
Yeah, no, pretty cool stuff here for Fuji. Very, very, very happy we get a second run here. It's game 2, guys, of this series between Echo Fox and Liberation X. You missed game 1. Well, Liberation X, they took it, but it was a long, hard-fought affair. Definitely not one-sided, like some critics had been predicting. Now Echo Fox with Fuji at the helm coming in to shot call his team. Can they make it work?
So Liberation X, they thought about a very aggressive start through the lane, but decided to back off of that instead. Just going to have upon the original start farming up. Meanwhile, down in the jungle, Echo Fox already starting off with a little bit of extra gold. They're going to have all 3 members in the jungle. Mixi and Cole the Meek will take down this Ancient Treant. Fuji just going to be working on the back camps on his own, so they're not going to miss out on too much in the lane. So I believe that's 2 minions that Mixi missed out on in return for picking up the Ancient Treant. So not a bad trade-off.
Definitely not a bad trade-off whatsoever. Not really going to impact anything. I'm not sure we're going to be talking about this in 20 minutes time based here, and it's like, remember those 2 minions? That was what won them the game. Yeah, it's fairly nicely done, really, by both of these teams, just to make sure that they cut the losses. But this is where things get exciting. Fuji level 2. The whole of Liberation X making their way into the lane, spotted out here. Status taking a bit of poke, in fact, from Mixi. As Echo Fox, they keep their distance and do so well. Fuji gonna go back to farming, so says to me, Echo Fox, they don't want to look for a fight just yet.
Nah, I don't think you do until Grumpjaw has at least level 3. Get that second level in Hangry, you get a little bit of extra damage by picking up the Stormguard banner. And that's when you can really start to look for fights on the Grumpjaw. Before then, the damage is... it's still pretty good, but it's nowhere near what it is when you get that increase at level 3.
Yeah,
ooh, this is interesting. Fuji actually put 2 points into his A as opposed to into his B.
Okay, so a little bit different coming in here from Fuji, from what we've seen from Monkey D. Luffy. We'll have to see if that continues down a trend. As from it, the Hangry is definitely the ability that does a lot of burst damage, but perhaps the charge can also. It is the one that scales from CP, so it's a bit deceptive. Mixi though caught out in the flicker. Status diving forward, but is going to take huge burst from Fuji as he dives forward. Look at him charge in. He wants first blood. First blood. Well, we'll give it to you, Fuji. Welcome to the Halcyon Fold in 2017. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Definitely a good start to get off to. Having that Stormguard, having level 3 and 4, able to just jump in, really putting, definitely maxing out the A ability first on this Grumpjaw. Like you said, it's one that does give you the CP scaling, but it's not what you would expect for a Grumpjaw pickup. But hey, it gets first blood, gets him a bit of extra farm, and it's working out in the first 4 minutes or so at least.
Yeah, certainly making splashes in the pond for sure here. Fuji comes on in, so I'm very, very excited just because my boy CP Grumpjaw is on the fold, and we're going to see what he can do here. I do wonder if this is just something that, like, it's very difficult to deal with. I feel like a lot of teams probably have played against it at least once in their scrims. I would be very surprised if they haven't, but you know, that's not enough times really to figure out how you deal with the CP Grumpjaw, what your play style is, what your composition style is. You know, Lyra certainly can help. The Bright Bulwark definitely can shut down all 3 of the abilities that Grumpjaw has. So yeah, there is counters. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but it is an interesting one.
All right, so now Liberation X, a little bit on the back foot, see how they can do playing from a bit behind in the early game. This is a team that normally likes to really win the early game hard and put a lot of pressure on. They're not going to be able to do that this time around, especially with Fuji already having himself the Storm Crown. He's able to farm up through the jungle very quickly, and then make his way back up to the lane, so they can't even really get a whole lot of pressure. Also, look at the amount of vision that's been put down by Cole the Meek here early in this game. So many scout traps, just making sure they have at least an idea of where E36 is at all times.
And that's a huge route. Here comes Fuji. He's angry. He won't be able to secure the kill. Mixi gets it in the end. Not even an assist for Coach, but it's a great start here for Echo Fox. They've got themselves a bit of a lead. They can move down, steal away some of these jungle camps. Unfortunately for them, there aren't any jungle camps ready to steal, so the Crystal Sentry will be the core. That's a lot of gold, though, given it over, and they give it over to Mixi by the looks of it. So 125 goes to him. I believe Fuji would have got the ambient gold as well. Now they're just going down to the shop looking to make some purchases, looking to buy up here. What can they get for themselves? Not really much. Infusions at level 5 here for Mixi as they look to maybe make something else happen. Unfortunately, a mist in Pale means no kill just yet for Echo Fox.
And so, Liberation X, you have to try and figure out an answer to this. Obviously, they're going to want to have the Rona get farmed up, but it could be tough. They're not really going to be able to get a lead in the lane. So you have to start to wonder, will there be enough damage coming out of Lyra once we get to the mid to late game to supplement the Rona? Obviously, they're going to be trying to get that healing and that massive amounts of sustain, but you have to be able to block the ultimate from Grumpjaw. Otherwise, Fuji's just going to be trying to eat Rona every single time. If that happens, that's pretty much a team fight victory for Echo Fox if Rona does end up in Grumpjaw's belly.
Yeah, no, I can certainly see that coming, you know, the ability to take the Red Mist out of the fight, you know, make things a little bit more difficult. I can totally see the advantage there. You know what? I actually just did a bit of research on my main man, Ganjasaurus on EU. Look him up. He's the one who's introduced me to CP Grumpjaw, and he overdrives his A. So he maxes it first, and then he maxes his B second, overdriving it second. So hey, maybe we just saw a bit of an outliner there in the form of Monkey D. Luffy trying something. Maybe hasn't. Maybe this is the way to go. I don't know. We'll have to find out. But if this guy thinks that Amax, if Fuji thinks Amax, maybe 2 against 1. We'll have to find out.
Not a very large sample size for us to judge from, but I mean, hey, if it works, it works. It's got a. I mean, the only, I guess, question mark I have is the fact that, you know, the crystal scaling doesn't increase at all as you level it. It's just the base damage. And I guess the damage per stack is another big part of it, but either way, it's definitely seems like maxing A and B is, oh, that's gonna be a dead.
Yeah, nom indeed. Good night, E36 for now. Maybe not. He walks away. The tankiest member of the team is going to start burning out, but, you know, cooldowns were there. They weren't able to find the kill onto the flicker. Yeah, never mind.
My apologies to E36.
Hey, I guess it's the bonus damage for each stack of living armor. I guess that must be where the maxing it comes from.
Suppose. Either way, well, I mean, it's gotten a kill and has set up the team, helped to move around the map and allow them to have a small gold lead, about 2,000 gold or so here into, actually it's almost 3,000 gold, into the 9.5 minute mark of game number 2. Definitely looking much better for Echo Fox, but also a very unconventional draft for Liberation X. But the vision game, the vision is what I'm most impressed by from Echo Fox. They have been able to keep up with keeping these scout traps down. It's tough to keep scout traps down all the time against a flicker, because with the extra movement speed, when he's stealthed, he's able to clear them out very quickly. But thus far, the amount of focus that Koldamik has been putting into the vision game has been paying off.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like this is where the shot calling element comes from Echo Fox. It's Fuji saying, let's get vision down. He's looking for an engage onto status, but oh gosh, where did Mixi go? The engage flicker gets eaten on up, put underneath the turret, but it's not going to happen. E36 able to just walk on out, and Fuji's going to take huge damage. Will he escape? It's unlikely. Dives forward, but into the fray. No, not even into the fray. It's a dive from status to get on top there. And that is just going to be 2 kills for Liberation X. Echo Fox just getting completely caught.
Completely caught is right. Mixi just got melted by the red mist from status. And well, I questioned if they would have enough damage. At least right now they do. The turret goes down.
Turret does go down. Mixi trying to lay down a bit of damage on this Hellfire Brew. Does do a lot of burst damage to the entire team, which makes things very difficult for Liberation X. This was kind of the point where Misfits got a turret, but then they threw an advantage because they took a fight. You can see Liberation X, they're not looking for that fight, so they're just going to allow the turret to fall, which means Echo Fox maintain their gold lead, and actually they can take this gold miner very quickly, way before Liberation X are able to get into range to see it with a flare. So it's a huge gold swing for them, despite the fact they just lost a team fight.
Yeah, it was a nice job by Liberation X to push forward and get that turret, but just an excellent job by Echo Fox to take advantage of the situation and recognize that they had the opportunity to go in that Hellfire Brew, hitting damage onto all 3 members and force them all to have to recall. And so Echo Fox, again, that shot calling you were talking about does come through once more as they pick up the turret and gold mine, extending that gold lead even further.
It's huge, the difference that Echo Fox appear when they have a shot caller on their team. You know, in an ideal world, Echo Fox tomorrow would go out and they would purchase 1 shot calling captain, perhaps maybe 1 shot calling jungler, 1 shot calling something, right? And I feel like their team would drastically change from a team that has struggled to be able to make plays in the VG8, a team that's fallen behind and never really been able to pick themselves back up, to a team that you have to really, you know, consider and feel threatened by, because the talent is there. It's not a bad, you know, it's not like these players are outdated past their expiry date. No, these guys can play Vainglory. They're just, they're lost in a world where they're not entirely sure what to do against the best players. Mooncloak though coming in, Mixi is completely caught and bursted, and Fuji, he swallows up E36 once more. A lot of priority on this flicker, and you have said that you feel like Status is the right target. Fuji struggling to escape. I don't think he will. Call the Meek doesn't have Fountain, it's already been used. He gets the Treant, but here comes Status to try and finish it all up. Lots of gaps being closed. Can Fuji escape? Here comes an Impale from Cole the Meek and a Giffian's War. I think he might just be able to get out here, actually. And Liberation X, they kind of have to allow it to happen. Unless they take a fight. Here comes the fight, and oh, he's hangry once more. He does lose his life. And that means that the Rona is able to roam once more, jump straight onto Mixi's face. That is Mixi having to try and twirling Silver away, but a movement speed burst comes through upon the original, going to give Status the distance he needs. Kolamiki finds his opposite number, but now it's looking like he may just fall as well. This extended brawl just not working out for Echo as they lose their Crystal Sentry, and they won't get aced actually, as Fuji survives. He returns. Kolamiki uses his Fountain to buy time. He's trying to escape here. Status trying to make his life a misery and not allow it to happen, but actually Kolamiki doesn't go down.
Yeah, Status recognizing that if he kept chasing, he'd eventually be walking right into Fuji. Once again, doesn't want to deal with that. Interesting build path for Fuji here, though. Going for the Aftershock and now looking for a Poison Shiv. Trying to take advantage of the attack speed of Grumpjaw to get that Mortal Wounds applied onto Status. And maybe that's why he hasn't been focusing on trying to eat Status, because once this Poison Shiv comes out, they're going to be wanting to get those Mortal Wounds onto him. And but it's still, like, right now, the amount of focus that he's been putting on eating E36 has been... I mean, I guess I understand, so you don't have the activatables coming out during the fight. That's got to be the primary reason behind it. And it makes a lot of sense, but it just hasn't been quite working out the way that they want to.
Yeah, right. You know, there are definitely advantages to removing a captain, but the problem is that Mixi is losing his life as the stuffed ability is channeled. So they need to keep Mixi alive, and it's a hard task when the flicker just it charges in invisible. You need a lot of good vision. You need to be fighting in areas that you have dictated. And unfortunately for Echo Fox, so far the 2 Mooncloaks we've seen, it hasn't been the case.
Well, Echo Fox does still have the gold lead for now, but we'll see how long that remains. This is an area where Echo Fox can hang out and look for fights. They have good vision laid out here, but Mooncloak is available. Pretty much everything is available on both sides of the fold. However, Status going to be able to get in, pop a couple of scout traps, and just back off and get ready for another rotation. Going up into the lane. Again, she's going to be finding more and more scout traps. Contraption was built by Cole the Meek. Those scout traps have a near infinite supply now. It's just a matter of the cooldown that limits how many can be placed. We've got both teams kind of rotating around, jockeying for position around this Kraken. So much on the line here. A Vainglory 8 spot, a potential chance to get to the live championship. You can't get there unless you are in Vainglory 8 during split number 2. So even if you go through the challengers, oh, here we go, perhaps. We're gonna get spotted.
They've spotted out here. Echo Fox know exactly what's happening, so there's going to be no surprise factor. Can they get past this big tanky Grumpjaw? Mixi, he's alive, but Status dives forward, and that's going to be him swallowed on up. A bit of a change, but Mixi taking damage. He's challenged to Hellfire Brew. Stays alive for now, and that's actually the Lyra falling. Good stuff so far for Echo Fox as they find the winning combination. Now looking to see if they can't take down Status as well, making an ace. Mixi loses his life, but the ace will come forward in the end. And Echo Fox says, let's get this lane pushing. That is a much better team fight, all facilitated through good vision.
Through good vision and, again, picking up the Rona and getting Rona out of the fight. It allows Mixi to stay alive. And that's, like you said, Dowsy, it's the key. That's where all of their damage is on Mixi. He's going for 4 offensive items, and if you aren't taking Status out of the fight, then Status is taking Mixi out of the fight, but they're able to allow Mixi to get, a ton of damage down upon the original E36. Yes, it allows the Fountain and the Atlas Pauldron to be used, but they're being used so early because it's a 3-on-2 fight that it doesn't really have that much of an impact. They get Kraken, and now Echo Fox can look to make some serious progress towards a first victory.
And I like this, what looks to be a bone saw, 4th item for Mixi coming forward. It makes a lot of sense. There's plenty of armor on Liberation X, and the stats work out pretty good if you can auto-attack the same target over and over. This is going to be a turret going down. Echo Fox secure that tier 2. Now looking to push down this choke here. Should be going down fairly quickly by the looks of it, as Mixi is fairly safe where he stands. This Kraken still fairly healthy, 50% health, and Status gets aggressed onto by Fuji. Not going for his B though, not looking for the big burst of damage that we see on this CP Grumpjaw. They're going to fall back though, take the Crystal Sentry, a bit of extra gold given to Mixi so he can look to complete that Bone Saw and get ready for the next fight.
Alright, 1 life remaining on the Liberation X Crystal Sentry, 6 kills apiece, but it's a 4,000 gold lead for Echo Fox and a large objective lead as they have 2 turrets taken down in addition to the 1 that Liberation X has picked up on their side. So we are going to be looking for an opportunity from Liberation X, mostly focusing on trying to clear out some of this vision that has been put down. Again, the contraption just able to litter the map with scout traps so that they can't be taken by surprise. And it's worked out in these last couple engagements for Echo Fox. See where they decide to go with these item builds. I'm a huge fan of this build Fuji's doing. Mixing it up, going for a mixture of both weapon and crystal. Has a lot of burst with the aftershock, and then the sustained damage with the poison shiv. Getting the extra, mortal wounds, and now picking up the shiver steel just to apply even more slows and make sure that their opponents cannot get away.
So where really for the Flicker to aggress from. They're trying to find an entry, but the vision game, Cole the Meek has definitely been stepping up, and Fuji's been purchasing his own scout traps along the way as well. Both these guys have been, combined effort, and the map is littered red right now, all the way through the jungle. A massive line, a diagonal line, across the entry points that they could come from, be flanked from. So a really good point here for Echo Fox to feel very comfortable. You know, if they spot Liberation X out, they should be able to know exactly where they are for the rest of the duration that they see them. You can see Cole the Meek, he's playing a bit of a human sentry here. They're looking to try and aggress onto Status into the fray used defensively. Now they're going aggressively. Can they find an engage? Yes, Status eaten up. Fuji on the front line, just tanking up on the original as Mixi does the damage. A backwards impale though from Cole the Meek, and that's Fuji dropped. Now it's a bit of trouble here as Mooncloak popped and Mixi, he's trying to run, but the movement speed's coming forward from Liberation X. They turn to Cole the Meek. They've decided Mixi's a lost cause. Cole the Meek being the next target. They've used their portal, so it's all about can they get on to Mixi. A slow comes forward. Cole knocks them all against the wall. Status looking to jump forward onto Mixi, and it looks like his days are numbered as E36 charges forward. This tower dive looking to be successful. One kill though for Mixi. Can Cole the Meek hold them here and perhaps find another as he tries to Giphy wall them against the... But Status is looking for blood, wanting the third. Oh, dodges the Imperial Sigil, so it won't be the ace. A much necessary move there by Cole to avoid it. Now Liberation X walk away with a turret.
And Status is very close to having the breaking point now. He does pick it up. That's going to be key. The fact that he didn't have the breaking point meant his damage just wasn't quite high enough. And you figure with how low Cole the Meek got there, a couple of stacks on breaking point, and he ends up picking up the kill. And that was it was a nice engage from Echo Fox, but Mixi wasn't really able to be involved until after Status got out of the ultimate from Grumpjaw. And so again, choose the right target, but quite in range. You can capitalize. They're working on this Kraken. Kraken's going down very quickly. The rest of Liberation X is not here in time. This is going to be a big steal. Status gets it, and he got it!
He's stolen, now he's going for more. Fuji eats him up. Nom 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 as Pon's getting taken on down. Looks like he may lose his life, but no, he's still alive. And Mixi, well, he is not. He's going to fall down very shortly to Status. Fuji goes down as well as the Mooncloak comes forward to secure the kill onto Mixi. Kraken making her way down the lane. And Echo Fox have thrown any chance of winning this game out the back door.
Oh, disaster has struck Status with the play of the game, stealing away the Kraken and then able to get out of the ultimate and right onto Mixi, taking him down. This is going to be game. Echo Fox, after looking so strong for the majority of this, having a gold lead all the way through, they still have a gold lead, but none of that matters because Liberation X have just taken game number 2 off of the back of a single play. Yeah, you deserve to taunt that one out, Status. What a great job on that Rona.
That is heartbreaking. That's a heartbreaking loss for Echo Fox. For anyone watching an Echo Fox fan, you know, Mr. Captain and Coach Fuji himself has come on in. And this was like the moment of, hey, we're doing well as a roster. Like this is an entire new Echo Fox.
Good.
They looked good, 100%. And to lose in that kind of way, that's a heartbreaking moment. I feel like that might just be heartbreaking enough that Echo Fox lose the will potentially to play to the best of their ability. It's really going to be a hard task for them, Dragon, to come back from that loss.
That's so heartbreaking, and they were playing so well. Fuji was having an incredible game. His homecoming back to the fold, almost perfect early on, but then slowly chipped away. It's both games, game 1 and 2, had Echo Fox with a very strong lead, with most of the turrets down, and then they lose it due to just Liberation X's willing into the fights. That was a really heartbreaking Kraken steal, and I have to say, I'm kind of surprised they could see Stasbake coming up there. They know he has the potential to steal it. Why they didn't just jump on him? I think they were afraid that the rest of the team maybe was waiting in the wings, that he wouldn't get so lucky with his timing, but it was perfectly timed to get in there and into the fray, grab the Kraken away, grab the Kraken and the motivation from Echo Fox, at least for that match. They just completely crumbled from underneath that Kraken steal. I think it's really going to take a very strong-willed mindset to come into game number 3 and try to pull out a win.
There's some questions, asked. Did Fuji look to use his ultimate? Was it blocked up? There's obviously ways to avoid a Kraken steal, and usually that's a case of fight the person trying to steal before the Kraken gets low enough that you can steal it away. But maybe even more so when there's a Grumpjaw and he can actually remove the person actually from the fight. So
it's risky though, because removing them from the fight, you have to make something count. In both those cases, like they would remove Rona in the last two team fights, they weren't able to get enough damage.
Over the Kraken, just specifically. Like if Rona is the only one threatening the steal, then swallow her up and.
Well, the timing have to watch it back. Yeah, it looked like they were just trying to get the steal or the take, right? Like it looks like they weren't even considering. They were saying, "All right, Rona's there, but there's no way Rona's going to guess this perfectly." And the odds are slim, so let's just take this and win the fight. The problem is because he didn't use the ultimate, because he used the ultimate afterwards, and it didn't end up working out, I believe. And it ended up being, even though once they got the Kraken steal, they just weren't able to win that fight and ended up going completely south on them. The biggest challenge really was that even when they would, like early on, taking Rona out of the fight was huge, but later on they would take Rona out of the fight, but Lyra would still bring Grumpjaw so low and become so weak that they weren't able, once Rona returned to the fold, to have done enough damage to kind of win that fight in that moment near the end of that game. So that really is a challenge if you have Grumpjaw. Taking one of the members of Liberation completely out of the game and still not being able to get a kill is not good. So on to game number 3, we're gonna go, guys, and this is it. At this moment, the Challenger teams have won more games than the Vainglory 8 teams. We see, of course, the Necrolite winning 2 in their best of 5 series. Poly winning One Piece 101 winning all 3 of theirs. And so right now it is looking pretty dire. Vainglory 8 teams really being pushed to the edge here. And as we get ready for game number 3, this could be the final nail in the coffin for Echo Fox. We're going to have to see in just a few moments.
Yeah, this is it. Where do Echo Fox go from here? As far as the current lobby is concerned, it looks like Fuji will be staying on as the jungle pick for the team. So it seems to me that they're going to continue to do so and keep him in there. But yeah, this is it. Echo Fox, they're 2-0 down, a best of 5. All Liberation X need is one more game, one more win, and they are into the Vainglory 8, looking to compete for another live championship to their name, perhaps in London in May. That's the beauty of the current challenge battles, is the teams can actually fight for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a long path ahead of them to get to that point, but it all starts right here, right now. And Liberation X, the challenger team, on the verge of being the second challenger team in North America to upset these Vainglory 8 organizations, knock them out, and take their place here. Now, of course, it's not the end of the season for these teams. Echo Fox actually, they drop down to challengers. They can play that out. And just so you guys know, the way it works is the top 3 challenger teams have a chance to face off again against those bottom 3 Vainglory 8 teams. That means there's definitely going to be one team of the 6 teams able to have enough points to make it into the Vainglory live final. So, it's not completely out of the question for any of these teams to make it back in. But let's get right into the draft. And Tasty Bacon, what do we got so far?
Well, right now, we're going to be waiting for the first ban to come through from Echo Fox. And again, this is the most important game they have played all split long, all season long. Since this team came together, they have not played a more important game than this one right now, as they look to hold on to their Vainglory 8 spot, but they will need to reverse sweep Liberation X, a team that knows all about reverse sweeps, as they are going to be looking for a Vainglory 8 spot of their own. They won't be going in with any points if they win this matchup, but can still very easily get to the unified live championship in London, even starting with 0 points in split 2, because the bottom 4 teams of North America are still very, very close. You just need to get a couple of wins under your belt in the second split.
Yeah, you know, if you make it into the finals, then you've got 6 to 8 points, don't you, in 1 week, and that is more than 5th place in North America. So as it stands right now, and actually looking ahead, the Echo Fox and Misfits, they face very tough opponents in Split 1, which means that the opponents they face in Split 2, or, you know, in the case of Misfits, would have placed in Split 2, they're slightly more of an even playing field. So very interesting times here for Liberation X, that they can take Echo Fox's spot. Well, actually, the first match they would have in the VG8 would be a rematch against One Piece 101. So, you know, really exciting stuff for them. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's this draft that we're talking about. We've got Adagio, Lyra Band, Healers off the table. Now we're going Lance, Glaive. Lance obviously for Cole the Meek, Glaive coming in potentially for Status. The Koshka Band away. We're just waiting on Echo Fox. They're making a lot of time here for the bonus time, as they want to make sure that they pick the right thing.
Yeah, so with the Glaive on their side, it makes sense to get the Koshka off the board, because you're not going to very likely be picking both of those for your team. So Fortress, very smart ban from Echo Fox, definitely agree with it. Now the options for Liberation X, they're going to go back to this pedal, so that's interesting. I figured the Glaive was going to be their jungler, but they kind of maybe bait that out a bit with that Koshka ban. Very smart drafting. Banning the Koshka, well, when you have the Glaive, almost immediately makes your opponent think, okay, Glaive is the jungler. So then they ban away the Fortress, and they just say, well, just kidding, we're going to have Petal be our jungler now. Pick that up.
Fortress is a pretty safe ban, though, because that could have gone into the captain role, or the jungle role as well. So, you know, even if the bait was there, perhaps Echo Fox responded in kind as far as that's all concerned. But yeah, Petal comes forward now, only 10 seconds left of bonus time for Echo Fox, so we have to see their final 2 picks now. Scarf comes forward and Gwen. So Fuji taking the Scarf into the jungle, mixing on the Gwen. A lot of runaway mobility, movement speed coming forward. I can totally see what Echo Fox are going to attempt to do with this draft.
All right, well, Scarf Gwen. It's interesting, to say the least. We haven't seen Scarf be able to pick up too many wins out of the jungle, which is where it's very likely going to end up. Vox, the final pick for Liberation X. Very, very similar comp to what they ran in game number 1. Or actually, is it the same comp they ran in game number 1? No, they had the Fortress in game 1 instead
they
of the
had a
Glaive.
Fortress,
Okay.
yeah.
I knew it was very similar, though. But it was the Vox Petal are the same. So we'll see if they can have the same level of success. Liberation X going to be looking to guarantee themselves the spot in Vainglory 8 for split number 2 of this season.
It all comes down to this. Echo Fox's last chance to compete for that VGA spot, lock it in, secure it against their opponents. We get to see Gangster Gwen on the Halcyon Fold. It's game 3, guys, of this series between Echo Fox and Liberation X. One away from seeing a second new face in the North American VG8.
All right, so Echo Fox backs against the wall, do or die time. If they lose this, they will be taken out of the Vainglory 8, and their spot will go to Liberation X. That is not a situation any of these teams want to be in, but a couple have already found themselves in, both in Europe and North America. At least one challenger team has made it into the Vainglory 8. Echo Fox hoping to and make it only one team from each region.
That would be Echo Fox's wildest dream, right? You know, let's not gift Liberation X entry like Fluffy Chickens and, of course, One Piece 101 have already received. That's going to be Liberation X walking in, stealing away some of the jungle creeps, and they walk away with the Elder Treant as well. So, a couple of pieces of gold going over to them quite early on. Echo Fox, they do get some of these fronts here, but you know, it's not an ideal situation to lose gold.
No, not at all. Never an ideal situation to be losing out on gold. But it's not going to be the end of the world. As you mentioned in the last game, you know, 20 minutes from now, we're not going to be talking about that level 1 jungle invade or missing out on a little bit of gold in the first couple of minutes. Unless it leads to a kill, which just snowballs the game completely out of control. But that's not likely to end up happening here.
And you know, we saw this Gwen played by Rogue in you know, their game against Necrolites. It was paired with a Koshka. So you know, Gwen went Tension Bow, Koshka went Aftershock. So there was a lot of like resetting of passives and items and passives on items, you know, for the team of Rogue. If Echo Fox can find the coordination to pull something like that off, they're going to have a lot of burst damage. You know, maybe they don't need to go to the Tension Bow because they have a Scarf who can lay down a lot of hurt with the Spitfire Gloop combination. But this composition drafted by Echo Fox is kind of very... For Mixi, it's like, well, here's your outs, right? You have Skedaddle, you can run away, you can also slow the opponents, which is going to prevent them from getting on your face and causing you to die. Fuji is going to be backing his own positioning a little bit more on the Scarf, of course, and Cola Meek's got a big job ahead of him to make sure he peels, you know, the pedal and the box off his carries. But I feel like this composition, it has a lot of win conditions, but it also has some clear, you know, loss conditions as well that Liberation X will be looking to exploit.
Alright, so, I mean, definitely win conditions there. It's just a matter of if they can succeed on them. You know, a lot of their drafts have had win conditions. It's a matter of executing upon who nice Sonic Zoom narrowly avoids a lot of damage because there's a Spitfire goop coming out right on top of that Impale.
That it would be a lot of damage, like you say, you know, plus the buckshot. Wow, Status just laying down so much hurt. Here comes upon the original to start bouncing. Good movement from Mixi. The buckshot goes out, it slows all of Liberation X out, which means that Echo Fox are able to escape fairly happily from that. You know, they will have to heal up, of course, this Scarf, but that's where the buckshot comes really handy, is actually just the added you know, soft CC, the slow coming forward, can really just slow down the pedal and the box getting on top of you.
So, Glaive going to be looking for an opportunity to get in here, but Mixi's been playing very, very far back, very defensively, not allowing the Glaive to make those afterburn plays that the hero is known for to get their laner far ahead. And so, as a result, things going pretty even. Not a whole lot of gold separates these two teams. About 500 gold right now, slightly in favor of Echo Fox, but we've seen multiple times that doesn't necessarily translate to a win. Mixi does go for the Tension Bow, which is something we've seen a lot of Gwens picking up.
Yeah, totally. You know, fairly standard, very low cost item, very high reward on the Gwen. Synergizes so well with her boomstick passive, of course. So we'll have to see if Echo Fox have the coordination to make sure that one resets. You know, Gwen slightly odd as an auto attacker, that you kind of wait a time between your auto attacks to allow those passives to reset. Whereas, you know, normally it's about how fast can you actually get the auto attacks off. Mixi potentially in trouble as Status trampolines forward to lay a bit of poke damage on to this Gwen. Fairly healthy for now, but energy is certainly low, and actually they're going to try and find Fuji instead. But Fuji, boots in hand, will be able to speed away.
So, not going to be finding anything Liberation X. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to look for some plays. but they just aren't finding any opportunities. She, again, going to be holding this lane as long as he can. Finally ends up letting it go, and Pawn's just going to immediately clear it back out. So a little interesting that Pawn's not looking to hold the lane here on his side of the fold, just to allow E36 more opportunities to go for these afterburn plays, but they just want to focus on getting the farm as quickly as they can on this Vox, trying to accelerate it into the mid to late game power spikes that come out.
And something that I think the team kind of struggled with in their game against Liberation X, the game 1, was clearing the minions out, clearing the wolves out. They didn't really have a consistent way of doing it. I think the Thunder Strikes kind of cleared them out towards the end. If the minions were all grouped up, you could clear them out with one Thunder Strike, but perhaps not as consistently as you would hope. Have to talk about it in a second as Mixi does get knocked forward, but Cole the Meek lays it up, and oh, here comes the Dragonfire. This is looking great for Echo. Can they find the kill? Yes, they can. A second for Mixi as they time it so well. Wait for it goes out, and that's a lot of damage. Upon the original looking for a kill onto Fuji. The gloop goes down, but there's no fire to keep it. Ace is high. 2 kills go upon the original's way, but Mixi finds an ace, and with the tension bow, perhaps he can find a little bit more onto the turret.
And that was so close to Pawn the original turning that and being the one to pick up the ace himself, but Mixi just able to have enough burst to stop that plan in its tracks. And so, nice ace going through a little bit of damage onto that turret thanks to the ace buff minions. With that first blood, a little bit of extra bonus gold going the way of Echo Fox. A very nice engagement from them, but again, the fact that it was turned around at the end and nearly completely flipped on its head does give you a little bit of cause for concern, just given the history of this team over the season.
Certainly, and you know, throwing it back to the point, well, maybe not as teams group up once more, but essentially Fuji can clear minions on Scarf. There it is, nice and simple. You can see the minions dying to the group, the fire that the Spitfire turns it on. So there's a more consistent way for Echo Fox to deal with status here and the damage he's outputting, which makes things a little bit easier. And actually, if Fuji keeps hitting skill shots like that, then Liberation X, they're going to be forced way away. Here comes Status and Pon. They're actually looking to take this gold miner. Echo Fox figure that they're not going to contest. Last time, Status stole it, and he's going to steal it again! But they're going to lose their lives as a result as Mixi finds one. One may not just be enough, though. Status and his steal. Someone could write a book.
Absolutely. Lost Boy Toph no longer the only player in Vainglory that's making a name for stealing away objectives. But, will he be the only one in Vainglory 8 is the question. Liberation X certainly hope not, as they try and close out this series in game number 3. But Echo Fox looking strong here early on. Not the first time we've said that.
Hopefully not the last, you know. I think I would love to see Fuji come into the team and the series to be turned. Let's see. Good engagement coming out of Cole as they lock E36 down for now. Mixi trying to chase on forward, and Pon actually gets turned on. Ooh, the damage comes out, but they're going to focus on to E36, burning him alive, but no kill comes forward, and Status dives forward as well to try and find a return. Lots of damage applied there by Echo Fox, but they're not going to find a kill. Perhaps they can clear this wave and turn it into a turret. At least with the gloop, they will burn it down.
Yeah, they'll be able to get a lot of damage. Even with Status coming up to defend, he's just not going to be able to clear out those minions fast enough. He's looking for a kill. Not going to find that. Fountain comes out.
Yeah, but they're going to continue chasing down. They got Frostburn. Good damage onto the minions. Stops the spontaneous combustion, but Fuji trying to melt E36. It's going to happen. It's Mixi able to find the kill. Liberation X, they went too far forward, and that was some really nice coordination. I think if they didn't kill that minion that was going to blow up on Mixi, that could have just been an entirely different story.
Very well could be, but again, very aggressive from E36 there. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, diving in underneath the turret and trying to pick the perfect spot. Ends up choosing to put Fuji in the wall instead of maybe knocking Meek back towards the team to try and set up a kill. Ends up costing him his life. Not the end of the world. They are down a turret, but Echo Fox has got to be feeling pretty good, especially You know, again, it seems like they aren't affected by the previous game, which was a big concern. You know, taking a loss like that is extremely demoralizing, but they've been able to reset and look to continue fighting and giving it their all here in this challenge battle.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's good to see that the mentality game seems to be strong, Tasty. I was a bit concerned that they may have not felt that great coming into this game after a heartbreaking loss, but it definitely seems to be the case that they have regathered their thoughts. They've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead. They seem to be containing the tempo as well, more importantly, and now grouping up, perhaps looking for another fight.
I'm almost certainly looking for another fight. When you've been winning them repeatedly, you kind of want to just keep pushing the issue. Liberation X, they're going to be... It looked like Status was going to recall, but canceled it out. They're going to clear out that scout trap? Not at all, so their position is very much known. And I love when teams do this, when they even when they know where a team is, they throw out the flare. Because now they don't know that there's a scout trap there that spotted them out. They just assume, oh, they just threw out a flare to guess.
Ooh, Fuji knocked in. That's going to be him falling. No fountain could save him. And now Mixi in trouble. Pon is going low. Will be traded. But that is a 2-for-1 that Liberation X will take. Coldemic will be able to run away, but you know, Status is going to start moving on in and try and steal away these jungle creeps from, of course, this Lance. And Impale will secure that one, though, so not going to happen just yet. But hey, wow, if Fuji gets knocked back like that, you can see he immediately buys a O card as well. He's going towards a reflex block, because that's something that the team cannot afford.
Yeah, they absolutely cannot let Fuji get blown up like that. His first defense item picked up 12 minutes in. Is going to be needing to survive if Liberation X tries to target him. So, a good couple of kills there. Still a lead for Echo Fox, but this, I mean, it's if they can survive the initial engagement, as they do pick up the gold miner, an immense gold payout going over, then they have a very good chance of turning the fights around and winning them. But if someone just gets blown up immediately, their only hope is to try and just trade out at least one other kill during the fight.
Yeah, no, it is kind of all on how can they block. E36 dives on in, Mixi's starting to lay down the hurt. Ace is high though, doesn't connect, neither does an Impale from Echo Fox, so a lot of engaged potential lost. E36 though misses his afterburn, and that's going to be him falling. Status diving in, finds the kill on to Mixi, but Fuji trying to run away as Liberation X turn heads and heals towards Coldemic. That Spitfire does do work, the gloop does slow them down. Status running towards death potentially as the Spitfires keep flying on out. Fuji should be able to survive, but Coldemic loses his life.
Cole and Mixi both going down. It's another trade in favor of Liberation X. And if you're Echo Fox, this is where the doubt starts to creep into your mind, wondering if you can actually do this. You know, you've been in this position multiple times now, where you have these leads, you're winning the fights, and then just slowly start to feel it slip away. And you have to just hope that they can keep themselves focused on what they need to do, on trying to pick up just a single victory. That's where it starts. You get one, and maybe you can then string together a few more. But if they can't get that first one, it's going to be the end of the line for Vainglory 8, as far as Echo Fox is concerned, at least for this season. And they can always come through the challengers and try and reclaim a spot after the second split, but you don't want to have to do that.
No, not at all. That's not an ideal situation. You know, the Challenger Series teams that find the challenge battles, yes, they get entry into the VG8 in Split 2, but they no longer get a chance to make it towards those unified finals in London. You know, whoever is in 6th place when the season ends, Split 2 ends, then that is the team that we're going to the unified finals. Even in an awkward scenario where that team perhaps gets knocked out of the VG8, they still do get to go to the finals. So that is kind of the status here. We'll have to see where else this one does go. Echo Fox, of course, they can regroup, they can look to put together perhaps a different roster, maybe look to try and patch some of the things that have been holding them back. I'll be very interested to see what does happen to the team, the organization, if they were to lose this game. But hey, that's IBS, and right now they are actually ahead. They have a 2,000 gold lead in this game. They've got a turret as well, so objective-wise, Echo Fox are looking good, but here comes the fight. Perhaps EV36 doesn't want it. Status on the other side of the wall. He is going to get spotted out, and the Munion's taken on out as well. As Echo Fox start to lay down a bit of poke damage.
A lot of damage going on to E36 in particular when these fights start up. And doesn't quite have the durability necessary to be able to survive for extended periods of time in the thick of things. It's mostly just the big utility stuns, but they need to be careful. Here comes Echo Fox. He's going to be trying to steal away this camp, and it will go over to Cole the Meek. That's the one thing Cole the Meek's been very good at with this lance, is able to steal away those camps, but just, that's not enough to get you a victory, unfortunately. Otherwise, Echo Fox would definitely have a few of them under their belt.
Certainly will. Echo Fox, they kind of feel fairly comfortable every time they come in here, but look at that little scout trap. I think it might be outside of the bush. I'm zooming in on it. So it's not providing as much vision, I feel, to E36 as potential, but it does give Liberation X a bit of vision, the one in the little shot bush there, and Echo Fox have been unable to clear it out as far. So a bit of vision there, but oh wow, this rotation from Echo Fox, I love it. They just walk straight down the lane, they find themselves a turret, and where are Liberation X? Well, they're coming up the rear, they're looking for a fight, but can they find one is the question. Mixi blocks the afterburn with his skedaddle, good timing, and Liberation X aren't able to find a fight.
Yeah, so a free turret going over, essentially. Excellent shot call from Echo Fox, able to find that objective, extend the gold lead, and not losing anything as a result.
Clear it! Almost stepped onto it. Now they're starting the fight. Ace is high, connects onto Pond, good stuff. There comes the fire! Dragon's Breath, burning the entire roster. The Founder comes out, but can they get away is the question. Status trying to turn things around as Pond the Original gets involved as well. But Echo Fox are able to walk away just about. Gets away with their life. Walk straight past the scout trap once more. Okay. It's starting to trigger me, man. Like, is that giving vision of the entire center, or is it outside the bush? I can't decide.
Not 100% sure.
So this is where a cool camera feature would be, field of fog of vision war for different teams.
It
gets cleared out now.
They did it, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we did it, team. We can go home.
Game's over. We're done. Nothing else to talk about.
This next fight is going to be so crucial. That's an Eve of Harvest locked in there for Fuji. And that's an engage coming out of Echo Fox as well. They're looking for this one. Not going to hard engage without an Impale connecting, but good damage onto E36 to start things off.
The Treant is going to go down. Can E36 find an afterburn? He's already very low. It's going to get blocked.
Nice block comes forward, the skedaddle does work, Ace is high onto E36, he's rooted, good chain, and the Dragon Breath doing work. E36 goes down, upon the Original looking healthy himself. The Fountain comes out for Echo Fox to heal them all up, and they're going for Status. Good lockdown, no, he doesn't connect. Pon able to find one but loses his life. There's a triple kill coming forward for Mixi, and Fuji left alive as well. They're not even going for Kraken, I love this move as well. They just tear through turrets here, so they're going to take this one out with the buffed up minions. Fuji turns around and says, I'll start the Kraken up, buddy, don't you worry. Echo Fox in the driver's seat.
And again, just the survivability is not there when they're able to find these fights. If the afterburn doesn't connect, it leaves E36 so far away from the rest of the team and just very, very vulnerable. He ends up melting down most of his health so quickly. Pon the Original has almost no defense, just a couple tier 2s, and so he's just getting burned and has to back away, isn't able to be terribly involved in the fights either. And things are looking good for Echo Fox as they unleash the Kraken. No steal this time around. And they could potentially try and end the game off of this push. If they just find one more good fight, that should be all that they need. They need to be wary, because of one bad fight, and it could be Liberation X starting to turn it around.
3 kills, 2 turrets, a Vein Crystal. Separates Echo Fox from their first competitive game victory here. That's what we're talking about here. Their first competitive game victory, in the VGA. Oh, and 3-man Impale comes forward, but not enough to find the kill just yet. They're looking to just get the Kraken into the base, do some damage. Status moves forward to try and find some damage of his own, but here comes Echo Fox, Impale onto Pon. E36 can't find the afterburn, stuns on to Status, and the burn, it comes on forward. That's going to be one. They're looking for the turret. They're looking to finish the game. Fuji being aggressed on by Pon as he charges on forward, but Echo Fox have done it, ladies and gentlemen. The team finds their first competitive victory here in a VG8/Challenger Battles tournament. And now they are able to continue into this series.
Their first victory, it's gotta feel good, but it is not. You can't start celebrating just yet. They need 2 more of those if they're going to be able to stay in the Vainglory 8, and maybe some changes need to come through for Liberation X after that one. I think E36, they played a very dangerous game. If they were going to get the afterburns to land, Liberation X wins. But it's so difficult to do into the composition that was drafted by Echo Fox, and you saw, even in the last fight, he went in, didn't even try and hit anyone with the afterburn, and had to run away because he had lost over half of his health. It's just a really well-played game overall from Echo Fox.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but E36, with those afterburns, unfortunately ended up having to focus on Mixi an awful lot, which is really hard to do to a Gwen because she can skedaddle out of there. Mixi actually was able to skedaddle out of those afterburns quite successfully. He was never able to get even as squishy as Fuji is. Fuji has just a reflex block, so I'd like to point that out. Reflex block and tier 3 boots. That is all Fuji needed to get out of almost every single fight for that entirety of that match, is once he got those tier 3 boots. That's a big factor on how Echo Fox won this match, because if E36 was able to take peel Fuji into the thick of that damage coming out between Status and Pon, I can imagine this would have been a completely different matchup.
That's just a testament, really, to Fuji's positioning, able to be in a position the majority of the game where an afterburn can't be prioritized onto him. And if he is slightly out of position, he backed himself to get into a new one where he was safe. So incredible positioning leads to the ability to survive. And Mixi looked great as well. He was able to skedaddle every one of those afterburns pretty much. It made E36's life a misery.
No, you guys are absolutely right. That was a huge factor to the Echo Fox's win, is Fuji playing phenomenally with his position, with that squishy scarf, not having to buy defense because he was able to get out of the bad situations or prevent himself from being in the first place. And I like Mixi on this Gwen. Mixi has a tendency to be a little far forward. With Gwen, you have the ability to get out of those hairy situations, which I think played perfectly into the playstyle he's been playing at least all series.
Mixi had 100% kill participation in that game, which is, huge for him. And not only that, he had 10 of the 11 kills there. Fuji actually had 0 kills at the end of the game. He was literally the provider to his team. 0-2-9, and a higher kill participation than Colamy. Usually, you see the Roam has like one of the highest because they're there with everyone, right? So that's huge stuff for Echo Fox. They got Mixi into a carry position, and he was able to carry, and that's so good for them.
All right, well, gentlemen, we are moving on to game number 4. And without much more waiting, we're going to kick it right over to you guys. Dowsey, let's get right into
The
it
draft begins.
as we start off draft for game number 4 here. And with the way that game unfolded, I mean, again, Fuji definitely bringing a bunch of energy and momentum to this roster lineup.
Hey, Tasty. Lance ban against Cole. Hey, someone's got to do it, right?
Well, it was able to set up a lot of plays and prevent a few plays as well. So force him onto something else, see what other tricks Cole has in his bag, because he hasn't had to stray away from this Lance terribly frequently.
Hasn't had to whatsoever. What has he played in its place? Arden? 2 times when he hasn't been able to play Lance. And then Lyra is the other one. So, you know, we'll have to see where he goes for this. Currently, they're considering what to ban Echo Fox, because if they ban Adagio, then the Lyra certainly goes over to Liberation X. Even if they leave Lyra open, the Lyra probably goes to Liberation X. So they're going to ban it away. That means Liberation X in a position where they're likely to lock in the Adagio. However, they prioritize the Fortress, and no surprise, I can see that being a pretty high priority for them. So now I'm very interested to see where Echo Fox adapt.
And there's no hesitation on that either. So they were definitely really looking for the Fortress. It does very well into the Adagio if the Adagio comes through, or if the Adagio makes it past the 2 picks and the wave of bans in between from side of Echo Fox, then they could perhaps pick it themselves. But Flicker going to be picked up. This is almost guaranteeing that now Liberation X are going to have to ban the Adagio themselves.
Right, that's a very, very interesting pick. And, you know, Cole the Meek has moved into this captain position, right? And I think people have been very, they've criticized the move, they've criticized his ability to play it. Flicker, I think, is a fairly complex captain in the game. There's a lot of things that a Flicker can do right, and a lot of things that a Flicker can do wrong, right? So this will be a real testament to how much study and how much practice Cole the Meek has put into this role. As the Flicker is going to require great coordination with his team, and great map movement.
Yep, but when you have a shot caller on the team, and those map movements become just a little bit easier. But they're going to ban away the Adagio themselves. That is interesting.
Obviously, have no intention of playing it again after game 1, right? They feel like the Adagio is not going to fit into it. It is interesting because you mentioned this Flicker Adagio composition is great, but maybe Echo Fox, maybe they want to control the draft potentially a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know where they're going with this.
We will have to wait and see, as that ban is definitely giving Liberation X a bit of pause as well. I think they have to think about the Koshka ban, but they're going to go ahead and take Glaive off the board instead. I don't know if they're going to give Koshka over. Koshka and Flicker is just very aggressive and very strong in the early game.
Yep, no, it definitely has the potential to. If they do so, then they leave their weapon power carry to last. There's not as much flexibility in there, so it's generally why you see the carry picked up now in the draft rather than the jungler, is because there's so much versatility in the jungle role. There's so many heroes that you can play into it. In the carry role, it kind of feels a little bit more. These are the S tier. These are what you want to be picking. So we're going to see a Ringo come in, leave the jungle pick for last. Now we get to see what Liberation X are planning. They played Petal, Vox, and Fortress in game 1. and those heroes are available to them, maybe we go for a repeat.
Maybe, but Ringo, Flicker, a pretty strong combo. I would really love to see Liberation X pick up the Koshka here. I just feel like that it fits so well into their play style, the hyper-aggressive. You have Fortress as the captain, able to just give Koshka even more move speed when trying to jump onto a target. It works so well, and Status is one of the best Koshkas out there at the moment. I just really hope they pick this one up.
Oh, it's going to be Vox Petal as game one. So Liberation X sticking to their composition. It was very effective against Echo Fox in game one. A very long series though. Game between Echo Fox and Liberation X, and that was without Fuji at the helm. Fuji going to be sticking to his guns on this Scarf. Flicker kind of provides a bit of a wall. More of a slow war than anything that makes things hard to run forward through. And I guess the snare is there, though it's a very long wind up to actually snaring anything. So we're going to see Scarf once more. And, the Scarf is good because it counters the Petal. It actually, I think, counters the Fortress a little bit as well. Helps with clearing out those wolves. So Fuji's positioning, I think, was really great in the first game, last game that we saw from him. I feel like it has to be even better, though, going into this next game.
It's going to have to be impeccable because he needs to survive. It's a very squishy team from Liberation X, but a very powerful team coming out of Liberation X. They're going to be looking to just try and overpower Echo Fox with damage. See if they can do so.
Well, this is it. It's game 4, guys, of this series between Liberation X and Echo Fox. Fuji still in the helm, still looking to try and get his team out of this challenge battle with a VG8 spot intact. Let's see what they can do. Liberation X, all they need is one game, and they are in. That's all they need. One game. Just one more.
Well, that's gonna be resonating through their minds as they start this one off, sticking together in the early portion of this jungling phase before sending Pawn up to the lane. Status just gonna take the forwards and maybe, check out what's going on here at the Ancient Treant, but quickly realize that there's 3 members there and he wants no part of that. So as everyone kind of backs off, gets back to the lane, things are gonna settle in. Let's see who decides to be the more aggressive team, because both of these teams are going to have fairly aggressive early games. With a Fortress that just kind of screams early game aggression. Flicker likes to make plays happen in the lane as well. Maybe one of these two teams is going to be able to be successful with what they want to do and pick up the victory.
Yeah, certainly. We'll be looking for it all here, aren't they? Echo Fox, a lot of pressure on them to stay alive, but equally on Liberation X, if they lose 2 games in a row, then the momentum is no longer in their court, and the pressure is on them as well. Love to hear the inner monologues, perhaps even the communications of these teams. I think they would tell a story of just how hard these guys are concentrating, applying themselves in these games to try and find a win. Status may be able to steal Krakens, but Elder Treants not today, as Fox will be able to secure that one for now, but that is not necessarily how you win games just yet. Here comes Status into the lane, but he doesn't actually pull the trigger on a gank.
Well, we might be getting a trigger pulled soon because both teams here.
They are. Coloming's actually going very low. Trampoline is available. Status, though, he's gone to the wrong side of the fold, and first blood going to go to Fuji. The trigger pulled, but early in the draw. That's what gets Cowboys dropped.
Absolutely, and actually, it doesn't sound right, but
no, it doesn't. I think if you draw early in a duel, then you probably kill your opponent, but you cheated. So.
Either way, if you pull the trigger and you don't hit, that will get you killed.
There we go. Fixed it for you.
Oh, it's been a long day. But
Yes.
we're nearing the end. 1, maybe 2 games remaining in the challenge battles for split number 1 on the original E36 and Status, looking to topple Echo Fox and claim their Vainglory 8 spot, whereas Mixi, Cole the Meek, and now Fuji stepping in, going from coach to player. And we've already seen that happen once in Vainglory 8 this season. It's had mixed results thus far for both teams that have had to do so.
Let's see where this one goes. 4 minutes in, and Echo Fox, they have that first blood, but they don't necessarily have a gold lead here yet, Tasty. So we can't really say too much about where this is going, but one thing's for sure, Fuji on this Scarf has been fairly on point. He hasn't missed much of his skill shots. You know, I can't necessarily say the same for a Junie, was it? Yes, Junie on Necrolites. When he played Scarf, they definitely won the game with it, but it was a little bit off. You know, Spitfires did miss a lot of potential damage missing as well. Fuji, a different story here. His Scarf seems very solid. You know, Fuji, he's a carry, he's a jungler. Scarf is someone you played as a carry, and then you get to bring him into the jungle. So it's like one of these really strong picks for people who play carry and want to play jungle, because you kind of play a little bit more safer. You're not fighting as much over your farm. But let's see what he can do. There's another Spitfire, and E36 just goes down. The long range as well. The slows come forward. It just makes things so easy. You know, you can say Fuji's like, right, slow him, mate. And then through the wall, the Spitfire comes. It's so hard to dodge as well through the wall. Really nice stuff coming from Echo Fox.
Mixi starting to get definitely comfortable on this Ringo, playing aggressively. They're going to trade damage out, and here they go again.
Looking for more. It's upon the original, the main target, that he is able to escape for now. Wants to recall, but Liberation X say no, you have to stick around, push this wave out. And actually Echo Fox is going to give them a bit of room to do so as well. But it is Echo Fox slowly but surely seeming to start to pull their way into it. Status is in trouble, you're right. Here comes Mixi. They're going to try and pull the trigger. No, they decide not to. Too risky as 2, because they could get collapsed on by Liberation X, but, you know, at least Cole the Meek had full vision that it was going on.
They got to watch him steal away the camp, as opposed to not knowing that it got taken.
Hey, it's important. You can plan your route a little bit more efficient. You're not, like, coming into your jungle and going, oh, that's no longer there.
Fair enough.
Very important things, Tasty.
So with Pon the original and E36 hanging out in this lane, Pon's got the Sorrow Blade completed. But Mixi has himself an infusion, an early infusion picked up there. We've been seeing a lot of teams going for these early infusions. Oh, couldn't be bad.
Yeah, looking for E36 once more, a lot of damage. Traded onto both these captains, and actually Mixi just about escapes the range. That was the combustions coming out of this pedal. They do have a fountain, and wait for it flies out, but Cole the Meek able to dodge away from that as well. So that's ultimate's gone. They're looking for more. Cole the Meek has to pull the fountain just to keep himself alive. The Dragon's breath comes out, but Echo Fox is not going to find too much with it. So with ultimates down, they will have to fall back.
All right. Well, a lot of fighting, a lot of damage going down there, but neither side able to pick up a kill this time around. Mixi, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, he's trying to get away, but I think he may have overstepped. And the fact that he's dead certainly says he will. It's Mixi's issue, I think, is potentially not respecting his opponents when it comes to what damage they can output. And it goes to show that's him falling. This gold miner now looking like it may fall as well. Going to be a snipes, but no steal, unfortunately, there for Fuji on the Scarf. So a gold payout of 274 per player does put Liberation X back into the lead as far as gold is concerned.
All right, so nice first kill. Nice job picking up the gold miner as well. Gets things kind of rolling the way Liberation X wants, but we've already seen the damage that can come out of both sides. They are both very explosive compositions that were drafted. So there's no, it really is whoever gets the jump on their opponent and is able to just burst them down first. That's the goal of each of these teams, and it's kind of been the way this first 8 minutes have gone. It is a burst attempt. If it doesn't work, they try and immediately back out while their opponents have their rebuttal. And more often than not, it ends up with everyone getting out safely, but see if that's the case here.
Yep, that's going to be Gloop put down, and the Minions starting to lose their lives. Status tries to keep them more safe and sound. Echo Fox to have the poke, and E36 is eating it up as we speak. There's enough scout traps in the lane that makes Meek's life hard to stay stealthed in this flicker. There's one more that hasn't quite spotted in that top brush. That's been really foiling a lot of Echo Fox's plans here. Vision game going to be very important for Liberation X. If they can get those scout traps down, they will avoid a lot of engaged potential that Meek can put down, and this is where Meek has to be on point as well in clearing out the vision.
Yeah, the vision, very, very important when there's a flicker involved on both sides. Obviously, Liberation X is going to be wanting to see where this flicker is and where the team is coming from, whereas Meek wants to make sure that vision isn't there so that they can get these sneak attacks out. But some good vision getting put down by Liberation X thus far. I love the lane scout traps. That's, I think, a really underrated scout trap position, is just throwing it in the middle of the lane. It's going to get spotted, it's going to get popped, but when there's a flicker on the enemy team, it lets you see when he's trying to move between the brushes, trying to make a sneak attack. You just get that little bit of advanced warning, and sometimes that's all you need.
As Crystal Infusion popped there on Status as he marches forward on the pedal. It's a level 10. Liberation X expecting a fight to break out, and there's no infusions there for Echo Fox, so they are going to be lacking on that front as far as damage is concerned. I think they just spotted out Status with a bounce. Yep, that's going to be Fuji throwing a Spitfire forward to confirm. And actually, they finally find that last scout trap in the lane. So a huge minion wave buffed up by minion candy. It forces Liberation X to not take a fight that they were looking for. A nice little play there using the minion candy. Not something you see having too much of an effect, I think, Tasty Bacon. Perhaps it's very hard to see the effect that minion can have, but right there you saw Liberation X. As soon as it popped, they immediately backed away.
Yeah, it's not a, it's very visible that the effect is on, but what the effect actually does isn't necessarily like blatantly obvious, but it does have a pretty big effect when it comes to trying to fight around those minion candies. Minion candy buffed anything, whether it's the Crystal Sentry or even the minions in the lane. They can do a lot of deceptive damage if your opponent tries to fight you around them. So now, again, kind of resetting back up to the lane. 12 minutes in, things have really slowed down here in this game. It's just a lot of farming, and again, jockeying for position, trying to get poke damage, trying to look for that opportunity to make a big engage.
That's it. If they can find a Spitfire upon the original, Gloop goes down and cuts away all the minions on Status, then things become very easy. If not, well, actually, what they're doing is they're scaling up, aren't they? So that's not a bad thing on Ringo. That's definitely not a bad thing on Scarf. And this flicker becomes very scary as the game goes on. E36 dives in, but will not be able to steal away the gold mine. It's going to be a payout going Echo Fox's way. So it feels to me Echo Fox are very happy playing this stall game. They don't really need to fight unless they're guaranteed to be able to get something for it.
Both teams are really kind of okay with the stalling game. You have Petal, who's going to be getting stronger and stronger, and of course Vox is going to be scaling up as well. So this stall game, it doesn't really favor one side or the other. It's just gonna come. It just means the longer this game stalls out and the longer this game scales up, the more and more it just comes down to one single fight, and whoever ends up winning it gets to take the game. And that's such a risky spot to be in for either of these teams, but especially Echo Fox, just because they can't afford to lose another game.
No, certainly not. 2-1 so far in this series. Liberation X looking for their final game to make it into the VG8, and Echo Fox, of course, trying to defend their spot. Apparently in the position to do so. Upon the original takes a Spitfire, but it's going to be this fight coming out of Liberation X, and Cole the Meek doesn't get out of it, and once more goes down without popping a fountain. Fortunate timing, just not able to run away and not able to get fountain going to heal himself up. It's going to be Hellfire Brew going on to Pond, but there's just almost nothing Echo can do. Fuji trying to do his best, but the Dragon's Breath gets healed on fall. And that is Liberation X finding the kills, finding a turret, finding a gold lead.
And this is not looking good for Echo Fox. That was a great fight for Liberation X, just going all in, being very decisive, and taking the fight the way that they wanted to. Able to get the kill and get that objective. First turret down, and as you mentioned, Dowsy, getting that gold lead. That can just lead to further fights. Again, vision control is coming through for both teams, but Liberation X, with that objective they were just able to take, able to push in, get a lot. Cole the Meek taking a bit of damage, but Fuji's going to be there to stop that.
Yeah, no, this time Liberation X do not want to run through what Fuji was putting out there. Cole the Meek on this flicker, I said it in draft, it's the thing that I think is going to be the do or die moment really for Echo Fox. Can Cole the Meek play a good flicker? Is his flicker good enough? Has he put enough study into the captain role to be able to really make it work? It's going to be once more these scout traps paying dividends as Echo Fox once more do not clear that one in the shop, which means that they're spotted out, and perhaps they felt like they cleared out all the vision that was there.
And it's pretty tough to spot all the vision because there is so much of it being put down. Han's going to take a lot of damage, but here we go.
Yeah, once more it's the fight. Echo Fox are trying to escape, but Fuji, he is struggling. Heal comes out. There's a good gloop onto E36, and the minions, they've been taken on out for now by status. Mooncloak going to come on out. Fuji unfortunately pops his. That means Cole the Meek, well, he has to run in, but there's no one to join him. Echo Fox aren't quite able to find a fight there, a straggler in the Mooncloak, but they do manage to escape. That's pretty important. If they're able to continuously kite out, then actually Liberation X really aren't going to find much with those engages.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that they even went that hard on it. They almost took down Fuji, but once the wait for it didn't connect, and there was so much distance put between the two teams, I'm kind of surprised they continued trying to chase it down, but they still nearly got their kill, but then they nearly gave a couple back at the end of it. So the aggression I like. You need to make sure you don't overstep. That is something that has haunted both of these teams throughout this series. It's just going a little bit too far, sticking around a little bit too long in some situations. Ducks need to be careful. They don't have all three members, and they were playing very far forward. But you get back, they get to safety. They're going to see Echo Fox pushing in the lane. They're going to try and set up an ambush.
Yep, here comes the ambush. Kola Meek's in the middle of it all, knows it's coming. Wait for it, does connect. He's silenced on up. He needs to pop that fountain or else he loses his life. He's going to lose his life anyway through the heal. Does not matter. Look at this. Liberation X diving the turret, looking for the damage, but perhaps this is where they lose their lives if they stick around for too long. Hellfire Brew onto status. Gets the reflex block. He's burning though, and that is Fuji to find the kill and shut down 4 as well. The potential to get the Kraken has just been minimized there by that kill onto Fuji. Liberation X, a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and that's, like you said, sticking around a little bit too long, just overstaying their welcome, getting a bit greedy in that particular situation. They could have just gotten the 1 kill and gotten out, cleared out the jungle, maybe taken the Crystal Sentry. Instead, they're just able to they trade the 1 kill for 1 kill, and that's about all they get. They clear a little bit of the jungle, but not enough to make a large impact, and they have to wait for status to come back.
This gives a bit of an opportunity for Echo Fox to clear out the vision, which is super important. There we go. That's 4 scout traps, 5 scout traps cleared out. Nice little run there by Echo Fox. Of course, a contraption is on E36. No, he's been doing it all by hand, so no contraption. He's just been investing so much money into scout traps, and you know, he's been laying it all down. So you know, props to E36 really to be able to get so much vision down. But it is starting to be cleared out by Echo Fox, which does give this Mooncloak a bit more of a chance to find an engage here. We'll have to see if Echo Fox can make it work. What have they got? They got themselves Frostburn, Eve, and Broken Myth onto Fuji. This 3-item spike as well onto Mixi. They're looking for a gauge. They're going straight on in. There's Pon the Original taking a bit of poke from the Hellfire Brew. Blocks up the burn though, so no damage coming through there. And here's the Mooncloak looking for movement speed. Wait for it goes out. Silences Cole. They're diving in. E36 taking a bit of damage. Fuji in the middle of it, but he's burning Pon alive. Loses his life as a trade, but they're going to get E36 as well. That's 2 for Echo, just 1 for Liberation X. And it looks like they want to try and find status as well. Not an easy task though. This pedal does do a lot of damage, but a team fight win for Echo Fox.
All right, 2 for 1. That's a good trade there. Fuji being able to take down Pon the Original as he fell. That's going to be the turret going over. And just like that, things are looking pretty even once more. 5 kills apiece, 1 turret apiece, 1,000 gold separating them. These two teams, either side is willing to give in at the moment. And that's good news for Echo Fox, Liberation X. Need to try and hunker down and look for what got them their success in the first 2 games of this series. Try and just focus up, find these fights, see if they can just position themselves a little bit differently to survive the initial burst. As it seems like they're definitely wanting to focus Fuji and then hope to take down Mixi afterwards. But E36 is, again, you know, this is just a symptom of the hero he's playing, not able to stay alive in these fights for terribly long.
Fuji's got himself a second piercing shard here. So looking to really try and burn down the shielding that Liberation has got for themselves. He's already got a Broken Myth, mind you. This is the second piece of pierce coming forward for Echo Fox. He's going to dart forward. They're looking to clear out the vision, but actually they don't actually manage to clear out any of the scout traps just yet. Here comes the engage. Wait for it connects. That's good. Echo Fox got the distance out so they can start burning away. Can they re-engage the fight is the question. They're looking to turn onto Pon the Original, but no, it does not work out. They lose Mixi. They're going to lose Cole the Meek, and Fuji's trying to burn them all to life. He gets 1. He gets 2. What is this from Fuji? Looking for a 1 versus 3 triple. He gets it, but he loses his life. And now where do we look? No one's alive.
Oh, the double ace. The minions, though, in favor of Liberation X, gonna get some work in on this turret. I guess that's the only thing we can really look at for the next 20 seconds or so. As the double ace comes out, it's so rare to see, but it's so great to see at the same time. And you gotta just wonder, I mean, the status just sort of stood in the Dragon's Breath. Like, just didn't even try and move, just stood right in it. No effort to avoid that damage whatsoever. Gotta question that decision. But at the same time, what a turnaround from Fuji. Triple kill in a 1-on-3 situation. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was something else, right? You know, and for status, what is he meant to do? If he turns and tries to run, he probably dies. So he has to turn and fight, and that unfortunately entitles him to stand inside the Dragon's Breath. But hey, that's a lot of damage. You can see the double pierce working out there for Fuji. If he can get something like that off once more, but this time with his teammates around, then that's going to be Liberation X melting. Mixi throws out the Hellfire Brew onto status. That's just a bit of extra poke.
Status blocks it, then takes the treant, so he's going to be able to heal up that damage taken. Now, E36 maybe look to engage onto Echo Fox, but Echo Fox has all their tools up except for that Hellfire Brew. Oh, this game gets so tense. 23 minutes in. Again, the death timers are so long at this point that losing a team fight cleanly is at least 2 turrets minimum, possibly even more. So both teams need to be so careful. Looks like E36 wants to go.
Good movement though from Fox. They're going to avoid these foxes, the puppies immediately. No damage going to come out from them. They can look to turn this immediately. That's the thing that scares them the most out of the fight, and they're looking upon the original. He's stuck around for a little bit too long. Here comes the dive in for E36. Wafer goes out, but there's so much damage. Here's the Dragon's Breath. Here comes Fuji. Here comes a Moon Cloak as well. An invisible Dragon's Breath, and they're going to turn the fight 1-for-1. It's not over yet, but Fuji's looking for a second. It's upon the original trying to find Cole the Meek, but now he's on the run. Now he's getting out of here, out of Dodge City. An invisible Moon Cloak, wow. I love it. Invisible Dragon Breath even.
Oh, status just right in the thick of it. That is so unfortunate, but this game is just so crazy. Like, I don't even know what to say at this point. It's just back and forth constantly within every single team fight. It's not even like one team's winning a fight and then the other team's picking up the next fight. It is just each fight is back and forth constantly, and no one has been able to take a clear advantage. Now upon the original, he's going to perhaps be in some trouble here, 2-on-1, but you know, he's going to play it smart and doesn't try and go aggressive. Definitely the right decision.
Ooh, this is... You know, he knows that Echo Fox haven't been doing the Kraken. Mikshi's going to go straight into lane, I believe. Maybe he comes down. No, he is coming to the Kraken. Are they going to expect this Liberation X? The Flare is certainly probably going to give it away. They're coming in here. Status could steal this away. What will Echo Fox do? They're committing to the Kraken Dragon's Breath. It's going to go to Echo Fox, and now the fight is here. They have to disengage, though. Huge damage already lost. The Fountain to keep them all alive, but they're turning the damage onto E36, onto Status. Echo Fox, they want to equalize the series. We want to go to a Game 5, they say, and they're looking to take E36 with them. The turn, it's real, as they're looking for their clear advantage, and Status might just give it to them as he tries to trample into safety. By try, he succeeds, but Echo Fox, they find a Kraken for themselves, now looking to get at least a turret with it.
Well, they're going to get a bare minimum of 1 turret. Look at how quickly this goes down. They're very likely will be able to take a second turret as well. On the original, Status going to start trying to do damage onto it, but it's actually they're going to be chasing Fuji and Coldmeek off for now. Fuji's going to be looking to go Coldmeek with a slow. Do they want to go for this fight? 3-on-2.
It's 3-on-2, exactly. All they need is 1 kill, and they've pretty much won the game because of the delayed, the staggered recalls. Echo Fox aren't going to go for it now. They're going to take these backs. They're going to take this Crystal Sentry. This game, this is the kind of Game 4 you want here, Tasty. You want a hard-fought Game 4, because if the team that's behind gets to Game 5, then it just makes it all the more sweeter for everyone watching, everyone witnessing this game, and of course the team that does take home the victory as well. It's a VG8 spot on the line. Echo Fox, they found their first competitive victory this season in the previous game. They're looking for their second here, Tasty, to protect their spot. Liberation X are so close. They are 4 turrets and a Vein Crystal away from getting into the VG8. That's how close they are here, Tasty. That's all that stands in between them, but also a fire-breathing dragon.
Fire-breathing baby dragon. The distinction is important. Fuji takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. Oh, this is so tense. We're 27 minutes into this game, and it could still go either way. Are they going to try and engage on this one? No? You never know. Whenever they step forward, it's always, is this the one where they go in? Right. Is this the one where they go in? It's so tense. All the vision getting put down just to be able to spot them if they do try and Mooncloak towards Liberation X. They're playing very defensively, position-wise. Looks like they're going to try rotating to the lane. Hellfire Brew is going to get blocked.
It's a Bone Saw completed for Mixi just now. That's his 4th damage item. Echo Fox, no fear, man. Both their carries have 4 damage items. These guys are just, they're going all for it. They're not going defensive. They're going 4 damage items or bust in this series. It worked for them in the previous game. It almost has worked for them in this game, but you know, I say almost because we're not there yet. It could still go anywhere. Kraken, she's back. Ready for round 2 of this game here. Echo Fox may have just found E36 by himself. No, not quite. Have to fall back, and here it looks like a re-engage. Liberation X trying to get in, but no one wants a hard commit.
No one willing to make the call. That could end up costing them the game, but could also be the game-winning play. Kraken on the fold. Such an important objective at this stage as well. Who is going to make the first move? You can see Liberation X, they don't want to leave their side of the fold because this is where they have the vision. They don't want to go into the dark unknown that is the Echo Fox side. Here comes another Hellfire Brew.
Unless Echo Fox lands substantial damage through Spitfires and Goop combos, they are going to continuously wait for Liberation X to pull Attack of the Pack. That's what they want every time, because when the Attack of the Pack goes out, they disengage, they clear the wolves. Now they can go in with a Mooncloak, and they won't be, you know, losing out on damage. That's what Echo Fox wants. And so unless they burst either status or Pon the Original down, they're almost certainly not going to pull the trigger themselves. Very happy to continue this poke war that they seemingly are winning.
Yeah, they're constantly sending Liberation X back, but Liberation X, they're sticking near their Crystal Sentry, also a very smart and sound strategy. Ooh, this is risky. They're 2-on-3, Fortress recalled, this is horrible!
They're not going to find anything, and actually a lot of damage goes on to Fuji in the process.
Fortress wasn't there.
Yeah.
They just got so lucky. If Echo Fox had committed to that, they were winning that fight.
Echo Fox has to heal up as well. They can't afford to stick around on the health, you know. For Cole the Meek, he has the ability to heal up using Lifespring. Unfortunately, Fuji doesn't have that, so he does actually have to go back and heal up using his abilities, the Eve of Harvest there, and the Treant now healing him up. But here it is. They're looking for the slows. They're looking to try and lay the damage down. Now they're full health. Another Hellfire Brew will connect. Pon, of course, blocks it as he's done. No, that didn't get blocked, so the burn is there. Bit of extra damage onto him. Will Echo Fox use that?
That's going to actually force Liberation X to have to back off a bit. Pon's going to have to recall because he's also getting low on energy. If Echo Fox are able to scout this out, they can start the Kraken 2-on-3. It would be very risky still, but the opportunity is there. They've done such a good job of clearing out all of these scout traps. It has been so long since we've had a full-on engagement because of how important it has now become. Again, 2-on-3 as status recalls back to base, and Liberation X playing safe, just waiting for everyone to be back before they even think about going in. Could be getting closer and closer. Echo Fox slowly gaining ground on Liberation X.
It's not much, but it is. They've gained ground in the map. Liberation X, they're going to look for a different tactic. They charge down the lane, looking to try and change the battlefield here. They don't want to go into a choke point. It's not where they want to be. Here comes the Wolves. It's Attack of the Pack. Wait for it. It silences 2. Cole the Meek there. Dragon Breath. It's being channeled. And E36, he didn't get the memo. They're not going for this fight. And now they're turning it. Without E36, there's no fountain. So they can just turn on to status. They can just turn on to Pon. They're going to spot them both out. Pon, he's gone. Will he escape? Status does fall, but he does a lot of damage in the process. Fountain is there, but what will happen? They might even go for the end here. Cole the Meek trying to find Pon the original. They're trying to get E36, stop him from recalling, but they're not going to find him in the bush. That is going to be them turning back to the Kraken. A Kraken.
40 seconds, though. 40 seconds of no status at this point.
This should be Kraken going. There's no way you can test.
Massive mistake from Liberation X. Just the miscommunication, not being on the same page, and it may have just cost them this game number 4. We're 32.5 minutes into this one. Status will be up in time to defend with this Kraken, but they need to find a fight. And the problem is for Liberation X, even if they find a fight, they can't even just go and shove down and try and win the game because they still have 4 turrets to go through. I don't think that's enough for them to be able to outrace the Kraken before the respawns come through. So They need a fight, and they still have to hang back and clear out this Kraken.
Cole the Meek hasn't been able to blow a infusion after his has just run out, so he doesn't have one to go. So maybe a bit less damage for Echo Fox. Perhaps it's not necessary from this captain. Kraken, she's in the base. Echo Fox, they've dictated the playing ground. It's the base of Liberation X. Will they be able to find the damage onto Pon? There goes the wait for it. Silences up Mixi, but they managed to get out. The damage coming out. Here comes the Dragon Breath from Fuji! And he's gonna find 1, 2 goes down. It's just status, but the ace for Echo Fox! Ladies and gentlemen, strap your seatbelts in. Get the popcorn going. It's game 5 time.
33 and a half minutes. Echo Fox get their second competitive victory of the season and push us to a decisive game 5. It really is a shame that only one of these two teams will be in Vainglory 8 next split, because they both deserve to be there. They are both so strong right now. If this is how they're going to play, these teams are just the decision making, the entertainment value, everything is just, it's ridiculous right now. I can't even think of words to describe what we are seeing.
We're seeing Echo Fox with a shot caller. This is what we're seeing, Dragon.
Oh yeah, wow. I mean, it's completely night and day for like the decisiveness of these fights, and it's not like any of these pieces are particularly substantially better. I mean, these players are just playing with a new passion, a new fiery motivation here. Fuji's positioning is definitely some of the best we've seen with a Scarf, and his ability to just land those goops and Spitfires in a way to kind of change the whole course of the fight. The other thing that really is incredible to notice is the fact that they have perfected the disengage against a Fortress battle, probably better than we've seen all season long. It is very, very effective.
Yeah, super effective. Like, you know, they managed to, like, the game 1, they weren't able to, right? They weren't able to disengage quick enough, fast enough, clear the wolves. But this game, we saw it from them with the previous conversation with the Gwen, so they could reset, you know, the tension bow, reset the fight. Echo Fox, they're so much different when they've got someone telling them what to do.
I mean, it does appear like just the way they're playing, it's way more convincing. So we're gonna have to see kind of how that all plays out here as we get ready for the next matchup here in just a few moments. We're gonna be getting into the next draft. We are gonna take just a very, very slight pot. Well, actually, no. I think we're ready to get into this next game here in a moment as we get the draft put together in just a few seconds. But really, it's been more than just Fuji, though, right? There's a lot that's changed. One of the big things is Scarf play, right? The way they've been playing their hero compositions, it is noticeably different. And maybe that's something Fuji brings to the table.
A different set of heroes, yeah, sure. Like, I think you're potentially right there. You know, I've seen some comments in the Twitter sphere about why would you substitute out your best player. So a lot of people saying, respecting Lone Delphi as a jungler and his ability to play the jungle. And, you know, I talked to Lone Delphi about how he feels, and he says, you know, when I'm playing by myself, I feel very free to do what I want to do. I feel very free to be able to make plays. And so I think a lot of players respect his playmaking ability. However, this is the composition that Echo Fox made work during scrims. You know, they tried out the different combinations, and this is the one that worked out for them. They brought this back. They've got this back to a 2 versus a 2-2. They brought this back to a best of 1 to decide who is the next VG8 team. Is it Echo Fox and perhaps a new Echo Fox with Fuji? Or is it this Liberation X roster that so many people thought would breeze through this series?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out in just a few seconds as we get ready for the draft of this next final Game 5. The second Game 5 today here in North America, but, you know, this one being so explosive as we, you know, it's it's really the VGA team making the comeback here. We did see Necrolite almost making that comeback from the challenger side, but falling short. But now can Echo Fox do what's been very, very, very rare. Now, one thing kind of to mention historically is never before have two challenger teams supplanted Vainglory 8 teams to make it into Vainglory 8. And we are on the verge of Liberation X doing something historic in that sense, because it's never been done, at least in North America, up to this point. And it has the potential of happening very, very soon. But Echo Fox, they have one last chance to not let that happen, to stop Liberation X. And it's going to be an incredible stop at that.
I wonder, this next draft, do we see a scarf band come forward from these guys? You know, it's been a staple pick for Fuji. What else has he got up his sleeve? It looks like we're about to get into it.
You know what? It's really not something you consider out of the question. Now, I'm not sure if you do it through the first round of bans. I think maybe you wait for the second ban. I'd be surprised if Echo Fox first picks a scarf, for instance. I doubt that will ever happen. So you're probably going to see maybe if it does come out in the second round. But that opens up so many other heroes for Echo Fox and for Fuji himself. So this is definitely a tough situation for Liberation X. But we're getting right into it, though. So Dalsy and Tasty, as we start to break this down, of course, we're actually going right into bonus time, as it looks like there is a substantial amount of time for them to make their first ban.
This is Echo Fox. They want to make sure they know it.
We actually do need to... Oh, it looks like one of the teams did not connect. Actually, it is Echo Fox. Sure. So we're going to have to reset here in just a second. We do apologize, as looks like the message just got through a few seconds later than anticipated, but we're going to get that reset as one of the teams had not arrived for the draft here, but it looks like as of right now they're in, so we are going to start the draft.
The draft begins.
And get right into it. Yep, here we go.
This is it, the final draft of the challenge battles. One team can only progress. Just one! Who will it be? What will be this draft? Who's going to be banned out? Echo Fox, they've brought the petal against them, and they've countered it with a scarf twice in a row now. Are they going to do the same a third time in a row? What do we get?
Yeah, we do have they did not officially connect to the draft. That's
okay.
So still waiting.
You know what? I don't mind, Dragon. We can take all the time in the world. I want these teams to get the best draft that they can. I want these teams to be 100% ready, you know. If that means that Fuji needs to go away for an hour to give his team a prep talk on how great they are, the greatness that they can achieve, then I'm all for it. I will listen to that on podcast.
All right, no, we're ready to go now, so we are going to start this up.
The draft begins.
As we get into this, and it looks like everybody's in now, ready to go.
Nice. This is important. Koshka, the first ban. Echo Fox, they've banned it twice. It's been twice banned first in the first rotation by A side so far this series. Is it banned any other time? Yes, Liberation X banned it in the next two series on A side, second rotation, and B side, second rotation. So Koshka hasn't seen the light of day, has been banned in every game that we've seen here. Obviously, both these teams not wanting to go against each other's Koshkas.
Yeah, that's not really surprising, considering I think Statsbake being the most famous Koshka probably amongst these two, but I'm sure Fuji's no slouch either. So, either team looking at it, from Echo Fox's point of view, banning out the Koshka, though, is clearly a nod to just how impressive Statsbake can be at that, as Liberation X is jumping into their bonus time as well.
The only time I was surprised by the Koshka ban was when Liberation X banned the Koshka when they could have picked it themselves. That was very strange to me, because I feel like they've been on such a tear when they've been able to get the Koshka, but they aren't going to get it here.
So many things open in this draft. Lyra banned means that the Fortress, the Adagio, the Flicker, the Scarf. There's just so many priority picks, and I don't know which one you prioritize in your first pick. Lance is back up again. Kolamik was forced onto a different captain for the first time this series. Do we default back to lands?
You know, he played a really good flicker, and I would say his lance was, you know, he has actually a higher loss rate, at least in this series, with the lance, so we'll have to see. A lot of the time was used by Liberation on that first ban, so that really actually puts them behind as far as how much time they get going forward. It is the lance, though.
All right, so lance coming through. This means that they have both the Fortress and Adagio available on Liberation X. Do they opt for either of them? I really don't want to see Petal come through again. I mean, while Petal is very strong, it's the problem with Petal is it just doesn't really fit Status's playstyle that well. Status is one of these junglers that's very aggressive, very dive heavy, like just jumping onto the back line and taking out whoever is the priority target. And it seems like a mistake if Liberation X do not put him on a hero like that in this Game 5.
That's going to be Adagio locked in there. Could go anywhere, and there it is. The Scarf ban does come through. Second rotation for Liberation X.
All right. So I agree with the Scarf ban. It's been beating you. It's when you haven't been able to figure out how to deal with. Flicker ban, very smart from Echo Fox as well, not allowing the Flicker Adagio combo to go through. So where will Liberation X go? They could pick up the Glaive. I wouldn't mind seeing Status on the jungle Glaive. It's always been a strong pick for him. Taka could work. Black Feather. There are plenty of these dive-type heroes, but with the Adagio and the Fortress still open, they're going to take the Glaive. I just really hope that this is a jungle Glaive.
Yeah, no, this is most likely going on over to status as we would expect. You know, his jungle Glaive certainly strong.
Earlier in the series.
Yeah. You know, they can pull out a carry Adagio here, which means that it could be a weapon power Glaive, even more damage
that would
for
be
status.
Perfect.
Right.
Like, that's what they should be doing here.
There you go. Tasty Bacon's seal of approval. 46 seconds, and I feel like Echo Fox are going to use a lot of it this bonus time, as this is where it all comes down to. They've found themselves their first 2 competitive victories in the season. This season, you know, this 2.0 genre era of Vainglory. Now, where do they go from here? Scarf banned out, Celeste locked in. That is likely going to be a jungle Celeste, I feel, based on Fuji's track record, but I am ready to be surprised.
Well, one final pick for Echo Fox to try and retain their Vainglory 8 spot, and it will be a jewel.
Doesn't say too much as to where it's going. Have they learned from EU? Is this a jewel in the lane? Or is Fuji bringing it out? So many questions, Tasty, and we haven't even finished the draft.
And now Liberation X need to make their final pick. I super hope that it's a captain. I mean, you can put the Adagio as the captain and pick a different laner here, but if it's not status on the Glaive this game, I don't see them beating Echo Fox.
Finn.
Yes. I love that pick in this situation. That is really good.
That means that we are getting a carry Adagio 4 upon the original. Going to be the weapon power Glaive, most likely for status. I don't see why else. And that is going to be E36 bringing the Finn. More importantly, the question's answered. Fuji is bringing a weapon power jewel to the jungle, which means Mixi on the Celeste in the lane. That is a bold choice for someone who I'd say his positioning has some questions over it.
Well, I mean, it's looked better in these last couple of games. There's been a couple of opportunities for Liberation X to catch him out and take him down, but this is what it all comes down to, Dowsy. Game number 5. One of these two teams will be in the Vainglory 8 next split. And it is one game to decide who.
Pretty incredible. Not only are they in the next split, they face up against One Piece 101, their first matchup in Split 2 to welcome in a new Challenger Series team going up against one of these two next weekend. Pretty exciting stuff. Fuji bringing out this Jewel. It's been a very big priority pick for the jungle. Lone Delphi has brought it in. Here's a fight though, straight off as Status takes that Treant and gets out as well. Echo Fox not really in a position where they can chase Liberation X around the map, and they will not do so. That's going to be Treant going to pawn the original. They're giving a lot of farm over to this carry position as well as they continue on into their jungle to find even more. Pawn does get rooted, so won't be able to get to lane as quickly as he hoped for, but this is it. A best of 5 turns, best of 1.
Whew. 4 games, just have a best of 1. Oh, big afterburn. That's why I want to see Status on the glaive. First blood, Liberation X.
Yeah, it's the questions being answered. I worried that Mixi has been a inconsistent factor of the Echo Fox as far as positioning is concerned. You know, he hasn't had consistent positioning, I don't feel. It's going to be an engage if Fuji says, you know what, these are my backs and I want them both, and he will get them both. Can they keep it all together? Mixi, he's coming down to lane, but Pon the Originals beat him somehow. Cole the Meek now in trouble as he gets knocked in and he's going to lose his life. Mixi may have tunneled a little bit into getting into lane to secure his farm. It kind of felt like Fuji was expecting him to be there.
And perhaps, but either way, 2 early kills to Liberation X. At least the back farm did go to Fuji, so that's the plus side here. And Mixi is getting some good farm up in the lane, but even with having time alone up there, it's actually Pon the Original with the lead in terms of CS. So Liberation X is going to be very happy with the way this Game 5 has begun.
Certainly will be. Very nice start for them. 2 kills early and 1,000 gold in their pockets over Echo Fox at this 3-minute mark. A very bold statement heading into this Game 3. A statement where they haven't had a lead, I don't think, in the 2 games Echo Fox have won. And right now, they've got one. What can they make of it is the big question. The question on everyone's minds right now. It's only 3 minutes in. Can't call it over anytime soon, but Liberation X are certainly looking to find ways to make their game more secure.
Yeah, if we take last game as an example, we have 30 more minutes before we know who's going to be the victor. There's a couple of marathon games. This is where the mental fortitude comes in big. Oh, Cole the Meek walking right into that bush. They sat and wait for that ambush for a long time. The patience of Liberation X to set up this kill, and now the jungle steal is pretty impressive. Can they find any more off of this? Doesn't look like they're just going to go for the camps. Going to get them, and this is going to just help accelerate this lead that they've started to grow.
Yeah, certainly will. This is such an interesting game as well because Jewel and Lance have just been 2 picks that Echo Fox continuously lock in. You know, the Jewel is on a different person now. Fuji's coming in. I said it before, Lone Delphi was the main man, but right now it's Fuji who's trying to hold the team together, try and give that shot calling advantage that the team has lacked throughout their Split 1 season and perhaps the first couple games as well. Is this a case of this is like a dream composition, this is Fuji's, you know, I swear by this composition, or is it something different? Here we go, Fuji diving in, he's looking for it, but a big quibble and a lot of damage onto Fuji. He gets bursted and taken on down. Not enough follow-up, not enough damage either comes from Echo Fox, and Cole the Meek's looking likely he'll just be able to get away as Crystal Sentry comes to his rescue. But it's 4-0 to Echo Fox now. The gold lead, it's made its way to 2,000 for Liberation X.
And they are just constantly making moves into the Echo Fox jungle, stealing away camps, finding kills. It's looking good for Liberation X here in game number 5. Pressure still being put on the lane, like even despite the fact that there's been so many rotations from Liberation X and upon the original, he still has a CS lead over Mixi. It's very small, but given the fact that he's been participated in 4 kills on top of that very small CS lead, he's got a sizable item edge. You can see already having the piercing spear and the alternating current completed. Gonna get some damage done onto this turret. And, well, never mind. They're gonna say, okay, you're all up in the lane. Time for us to rotate down into your jungle. Time, though, not gonna find anything.
Not just yet. But, you know, they've already found a fairly substantial lead for themselves at 6 minutes. They might even find more as they make their way back up towards the lane. There's at least this Treant looking like he'll go Liberation X's way. Fuji not looking to really contest it. Mixi makes his way back towards the turret for safety. Lave very pushed up. Can't do much about it. We're only 6 minutes in, Tasty Bacon, but signs of struggle it seems from Echo Fox so far. They're looking to scale up a little bit more. Eve of Harvest completed first here for Mixi, but this turret is looking like it may go down. Core collapse onto the minions. They're just going to tank it up. Liberation X, very bold, find the first turret.
And 2 big ultimates used there to no effect, and that is gonna be that first turret destroyed. 6.5 minutes in, much quicker pace as far as getting those objectives down for Liberation X than we have seen in the previous 3 games. And that's not a good sign for Echo Fox and their Vainglory 8 status. But Liberation X, they're on the verge. They've been pushed to the limit, but it feels like, at least through the first 7 minutes, that they are the ones in control here of game number 5.
Absolutely. Control is in their court right now. They've got the access to all the controls. What can they press? What buttons will make Echo Fox tick? As Mixi, Fuji group up in the jungle to share a bit of gold, share a bit of experience with each other. 7.5 minutes in, that turret down. Liberation X are just a roaming bully squad almost, more than anything. Give me your lunch money, they say to Echo Fox, and whilst you're at it, a VG8 slot too, please.
Oh, they're also doing such a good job of clearing out these scout traps. There's been a lot of vision put down by Kolomik. I've been very impressed with the vision he's been putting down all series. But Liberation X, with the exception of that one just out of the range of where they're walking, they've been doing a good job of clearing out. They've cleared out a lot of it. 36 has the forced accord. See if they try and make something happen as they sit in this brush. They are literally just sitting in this bush, waiting for this Treant to spawn over and over again and just constantly taking it away.
Yeah, they are. And Echo Fox have started to clock on to this kind of play style that Liberation X is pulling. Unfortunately for Echo Fox, right now they're forced into farming from behind. They have access to their backs. When Liberation X clears the wave, they have access to the lane. Right now, you can see Mixi. He can't really go up.
Speaking of clearing the lane, though, this is something that they've been actively doing: is not clearing the lane. Echo Fox knows that Liberation X is playing very far forward. As E36 is going to just pop that one last hit. They know that they've been playing very far forward, and so if they want to try and farm up the lane, they have to come well past their already destroyed turret to make it happen. And so as a result, they haven't really been able to get farm from the lane. Their jungle's getting stolen. A nice after on the Fuji.
Can they get the kill? Doesn't look like it. Kolomik now with the target. Mixi actually still trying to run away. Forced to caught blocked up by his own reflex. Does look like there will not be any casualties apart from a crystal sentry in the jungle here. But Echo Fox, they keep their lives. That's very important. You know, right now, Echo Fox are trying to scale. They've got a Eve of Harvest. Mixi's almost got a break. He's building towards the broken myth. Fuji, he's got a Sorrow Blade looking for, I think, a breaking point next. Maybe a Tornado Trigger. They're not really ready for a fight, but if they find one by themselves, then that's it. Upon the original bursted status, trying to find Fuji, but he's facing on up. He's tanking on down. Status will find one, but can he get out. No, a double for Mixi. And now we've got a super slow Finn trying to escape. Good quibble, but there's just so much damage available to Mixi. He's looking to try and find this one. He doesn't back himself, though. He actually backs away.
Those minions doing some work for him.
Right. A lot of minions. This is huge, though, for Echo Fox. 2 kills and a free, minute to farm up. That's a lot of gold that they can start making back up.
Yeah, that was a big positional error from Palm the Original, not respecting the location of Echo Fox at the time, just gets completely caught out. And, I mean, well, he's going to be able to just keep this lane held here, though, so they don't have to shove this wave out. They can keep the minions right where they were, but it looks like Palm's actually going to just negate that, just get this lane pushing once more. Could be a sign that Liberation X wants to try and find some fights. Wants to try and goad Echo Fox into coming to farm up the lane. Maybe see if they can make something happen.
Right, when a team finds a fight that they won, sometimes they forget the kind of tempo that the game was at, where you're forced into positions where you're farming from behind. So Liberation X, they're certainly trying to force the error. They're going to find a second Crystal Sentry. Cole the Meek looks for an Impale, but not well positioned. Will not find a target. Not that I feel Echo Fox really wanted a 3v3 brawl, if I was to be honest. Broken Myth has been completed by Mixi. Meek has his Crucible, but then he's going to block out the Discord as well, the Forced Accord as well. So good stuff comes forward. Liberation X looking for a gold miner. They're all grouped up. Helo Genesis can do a lot. Core Collapse can lock everyone down. The Broken Myth starting to stack up. Status dives in, knocks Mixi into the wall. Half health on him already. Colomé taking huge damage. He's going to have to pop the fountain soon if they want to stay in this fight. The Treant starts up. Status looks for the steal but won't find it. Gold Miner going down. Colomé, what are you doing? Impale forward and he loses his life. Solar Storm, it connects on some, but Fuji's in trouble as he dives away. Mixi will survive. And Fuji perhaps as well, as he tries his best to steal the Elder Tree, the Treant for himself. He won't be able to. Mixi gets out, but hey, here's the Crystal Sentry. His last day at work. Didn't get known that he was being let go from the house in
Fold. Away from retirement.
Right. It's the saddest story told, Tasty.
Oh, this is Liberation X. I mean, again, Status on this glaive is just making plays happen. It's not, they're not running away with this in terms of the kills. But look at the gold differential, 7,000 gold or so at the 13-minute mark is really impressive for Liberation X, especially given the way these last couple games have gone and how close they were. For them to have a sizable lead, got to make them feel really, really comfortable on these comfort picks. And you start to wonder why they didn't put Status on a hero like this sooner in the series, but as long as they get the third win at the end of the day, I don't think they'll really care about how they got to this Game 5, as long as they get the win.
Right, the win is very important. Unfortunately, we'll talk about it in a sec. These Helo Genesis starting to stack up. 4 stacks on the Broken Myth, Forced Accord, blocked once more by Cole the Meek and the Crucible. Can Mixi stack it up? Can he sustain as well? Even Harvest is there, but a lot of energy used every time one of those falls down. Looking for an engage, looking for the right target, but they're just so weary that Status could turn things around in a heartbeat. Not only that, a minute from now, the Kraken she comes. That's going to force the hand of Echo Fox.
Alright, so Echo Fox having to move forward a little bit. Once E36 starts building some cooldown, although I don't know if he's actually going to even bother maxing the ultimate because he's got so many points put into the Polite Company already. He may decide to forego the ultimate cooldown. There are 2 very different strategies with Finn. One is just building cooldown and putting 3 points in the ultimate so that your Forced Accord is up quicker than a Crucible, and you can then start guaranteeing that you'll get hits as long as you can be patient. The other is to overdrive the Polite Company, get extra distance on the pull-in when you use that ability. That's going to be stolen with the big red button. Oh my goodness, that is clutch right there for Fuji. A little bit of extra gold, not going to be enough to completely turn the game around. But sometimes just those little momentum swings can be enough to get you back into a game mentally when you've been struggling.
Little by little, Status also knocked against a wall. They don't have Pon the original, but Echo Fox also do not know this. Fuji looks like he has enough gold to complete an item. A bit of a split build here. Not entirely sure what he's prioritizing. In fact, you know, I am. It's Tyrant's Monocle. And he does have enough for it as well. So Echo Fox aren't really wanting to fight without it, but Mixi, oh dear, is he in trouble? Knocked against the wall, but the Force to block Cold-the-Meek on point. The reflex is there. That's two big abilities, not finding a kill. The Tyrant's Monocle and an Infuse for Fuji. And walking straight into this one. Status, he's going to try and knock Mixi into a good spot, but doesn't quite find it. Fuji, though, he's burning. Fountain will keep him alive. Big red button will stop Status from going on forward, but Fuji, can he really stay in this fight? The answer is no, and Echo Fox know this. They're trying to get away. No Crystal Sentry will come to their savior just yet. Fuji gets into the lane to clear it. An opening for Liberation X to start up this Kraken if they wanted to, but a risky play they're not willing to take.
Yeah, not in a situation like this. Not in Game 5 of the challenge battles. You can't afford to take that sort of chance. Let's see. Liberation X going to be trying to find a position where they can make a play happen. They can catch someone out, land an afterburn. They can hit a forced accord. Anything that they can do, give them an edge in a team fight, could then lead to Kraken and a big push. For now, it's just continuing to be very cautious. Both teams jockeying for position, wandering around, setting down vision everywhere that they can. Try and get set up for this.
Looks like a fight coming through as Liberation X charge forward. Mixi doesn't block that one out, and the Cold-the-Meek, though, will block it out. Fuji diving in onto Pon the original. Look at the damage on this Adagio. Here's the Solar Storm, but Fuji's the one who dies from it all. Mixi, nowhere to go. He's locked down and down. That is the ace coming forward for Liberation X as they're going to find themselves a Kraken and a turret at least. Finally, Echo Fox weren't able to hold the fight.
Echo Fox did so well to get damage onto Pon the original. Fuji jumped in, a core collapse hit him, but when the Solar Storm came out, it would have been enough to just obliterate Pon the original, but E36 and Status both got in the way and ate almost all of those stars. I think only one of them actually ended up hitting Pon, if even, and as a result, all three members of Liberation X get out alive.
1 second.
Up the ace. Oh man, Kraken going over Liberation X. They are feeling it now. 9-2, an 8,000 gold lead almost, and Kraken now making her way down the lane.
Look at the itemization Mixi's been forced into as well. Aegis, and he's got himself armor as well, prioritizing the armor instead of a third damage item. It means he's just not dishing as much damage as he needs to be on this Celeste. This team fight could be the last. The Forced Accord blocked once more by Cold-the-Meek. The Crucible's been on point. Can they burn through this Kraken, or will it just be done right now? Liberation X, they are 3 turrets away from a Vein Crystal and an entry into the VG8. And the Kraken, she's doing her march down into the Vein Crystal turrets. Does look like Echo Fox will clear at least one before the turret falls, but they want it, Liberation X. They're thirsty. They can sense victory. They can sense Vainglory 8 in North America.
Oh no.
Echo Fox,
this could be a big
they're charging forward. This could be a turnaround if they find a prime target. E36 isn't necessarily that, as Pon the original is going to dive straight on in. Mixi gets knocked against the wall of Fountain, but at Quibble, he's done! He's dead! Impressive stuff from Pon the original. He finds his 5th kill, and Liberation X, they're turning head. They're going for the victory! They're looking to finish it now! They're looking to knock Echo Fox out of the Vainglory 8, and with one turret down, just the Vein Crystal to go. Liberation X makes their way into the Vainglory 8 with that victory.
Oh wow, what a series What a game. What a day of challenge battles. So many phenomenal series. This one it's a little bit bittersweet. It's so good to see Liberation back. It's amazing. I'm incredibly happy, but at the same time, it's so upsetting to see Echo Fox be knocked out of the Vainglory 8. Oh man, there are not enough words to describe how incredible this series is. I don't think I could possibly do it justice if I tried.
Incredible play from everyone in this series. A fantastic series to witness. And for Liberation X, a fantastic moment for them. They are into the Vainglory 8. They get to face against One Piece 101 in a rematch grudge match, their first Vainglory 8 match next week, I believe. Unfortunately, though, we do lose 2 Vainglory 8 teams in the process. Goodbye to Misfits. Goodbye to Echo Fox. Dragonborn mentioned it before this series before this game started, that this would be history if Liberation X were able to knock out Echo Fox. As for the first time in Vainglory history, 2 Challenger Series teams would make it through the challenge battles. And hey, they did it! This is great stuff for Liberation X, but you can't help feel sorry and sad as well for Echo Fox. You know, Fuji coming in, he tried his best to make Frankenstein's monster, but unfortunately, the lightning, it never struck. Incredible stuff, really.
Yeah, absolutely. What a series. What a heartbreak. And, you know, it's really sad when you look back at the history of the competitive scene. Fuji, you know, one of the great competitive players, but the last time we saw him on the challenge battle stage was, unfortunately, another loss to a challenger team, as his team wasn't able to keep that VG8 spot. In the past, that was Gangster Serious at the time. A much different time, in fact, as we now look in this again, you know, Echo Fox. I think many people regard this team as a very, very strong team on their own, but I think, you know, they met their match against probably one of the hottest, most challenging challenger teams to really come into the fold. Obviously, One Piece 101 also being very effective in their challenge series run, but Liberation X going to be one of those teams we're going to have to keep our eye on as we get into Vainglory 8 for the next split. And really, it's really something. If you look at, you know, how rare it is for 2 teams to make it from challengers into the Vainglory 8. It's just never happened before in North America, and it has finally happened here tonight. And, you know, at the hands of 2 teams that I think a lot of people were surprised to go down. Misfits, unfortunately, completely aced in their series, and then of course Echo Fox going all the way to Game 5 and heartbreakingly losing, so not making the comeback that I think a lot of people were cheering for. That is
that is the comeback everyone was cheering for, and you know, this is the second reverse sweep potential that failed to Daydragon, which makes it even more a heartbreak. Necrolites almost reverse sweeping Rogue, but actually they weren't able to in the end. Echo Fox almost bringing back the series, but they weren't able to in the end.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
Yeah,
that's heartbreak.
It really is. Yeah, it's you know, it's tough because you look at how this last game was completely different than what we saw, where the last 2 games that Echo Fox did win and actually was more reminiscent of what we saw in the one game that Fuji did lose. It just didn't have the same kind of composition, and you know, when you saw Mixi on the Celeste just was able to get caught out by the glaive too often, and it's a shame. They were on A side, and when you saw Adagio glaive, from Echo Fox's perspective, you have no idea who's a support and who's a carry, and so it makes that next pick so difficult when you have a double flex pick on the side of Liberation X on B side, so they get the last say. And so, you know, you look at it in hindsight, oh, they could have had a Rhyme in the jungle up against this comp. That would have worked, but they wouldn't have known that it was going to be a glaive carry. They wouldn't have, you know, could have been a Petal that came out last pick. So many different scenarios could have unfolded, Dowsey.
yeah, a million scenarios. You know, I'm looking at Twitter and everyone's like, what happens if Fuji came in game one? You know, would we have had a different result? Well, you know what? We can't look at that. We honestly can't right now, because these guys, they put in their hearts and effort, and they played their role, didn't they? And either way, people will look back at that series and go, that was a fantastic series to watch. You know, that was an amazing experience for Vainglory, and now it's time for celebration. Liberation X, One Piece 101, 2 new North American Challenger Series teams, some old faces for sure. What can they do moving forward? They have a shot to make it to London. Top 6 teams at the end of Split 2. They go to London for the first ever unified live championships, EU and NA competing for that number 1 spot. Now we have to see if Liberation X or One Piece 101 can put their mouth, the money where their mouth is, and also book a ticket to London.
Well, here we have the results. Rogue keeping their spot with the most points, in fact, so giving themselves the best position here going into the next split. But Misfits upset 3-0 by One Piece 101. We got game number 1 and 2, but third game was off stream. We'll have the video on demand up on YouTube and momentarily here tonight. And then Echo Fox versus Liberation X, the one that got away for Echo Fox as they are upset. Liberation X now returning back to live to the top 8 teams in Vainglory for the first time since last winter. It's going to be what a homecoming for them to come back in this new season.
So many things, so many storylines, potential, right? Wouldn't it be incredible for them to come back into the North American, VG8 and then get it to the live championships and in their first attempt again, like make another run for championship glory. Definitely a team to look on to. I know everyone loves Liberation X. There's no doubt about it. Fan favorite. And so they've got a lot to prove heading into next week and the week after that.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the end of the first split of spring season here in 2017. Congratulate your new Vainglory 8 teams. And also look forward to seeing you guys next week as we start split number 2 here on VIS. It's been a fantastic season thus far. It's been a hectic one, a lot of ups and downs here for a lot of these teams, but it is a very exciting competitive scene here as Vainglory always is full of parity and upsets, as we just saw right now. Make sure you guys keep tuning in into VIS. Make sure you guys hit the follow button, as we'll be back here again with more from Split 2 after the moment. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, this does conclude our stream. Good night.